Chapter 2360 to cultivate is to cultivate destiny. Chapter 2360 to cultivate is to cultivate destiny. At the entrance, Yang Yi and Sword Scroll were stunned. Yang Yi seemed to be taking it a little better because he didn't know the value of these treasures. But Sword Scroll was knowledgeable, so she was very well aware of their value. Especially the little golden snake Snowy was holding. Wait, that was no snake. It was a little golden dragon. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll, and she walked over to Snowy and spoke in a trembling voice. Snowy, can you let it go? Actually, if it wasn't Snowy who was before her, she would have swung her sword by now. That was a primal true dragon. A primal true dragon from the primal era. The two golden flying blades Yang Yi had were pseudo-divine treasures, and they were very powerful, right? However, they were just two scales from a primal true dragon. But that was an actual primal true dragon before them. Reovl, a real one. Snowy pointed at the dragon to convey that it wanted to escape. After that, she placed the primordial axe of creation against its head again, causing it to dare not move an inch. It was afraid of offending the little fellow before it and losing its head from a swing of that axe. Sword Scroll felt helpless. Suddenly, Snowy put the axe away and tossed the golden dragon at Yang Yi like it was trash. After that, she went inside again. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yang Yi was quite worried, so he hurriedly put away the dragon ball and horns, and then hurriedly followed after her. Sword Scroll glanced at the primal true dragon on the ground. At this moment, it was glaring angrily in the direction of the palace, while strands of terrifying pressure surged out incessantly from it. Suddenly, Sword Scroll said, "Don't think about revenge. Otherwise, she'll kill you." Sword Scroll entered the palace once she finished speaking. The primal true dragon glanced into the palace, hesitated for a moment, and then crawled inside. In the palace wasn't very huge, and there was a golden casket at the center. Besides that, there was nothing else here. The casket had no lid, and Snowy was lying on it while staring at its contents. Yang Yi walked over, and he saw a single thing in there. A crystalline and translucent jade bottle. Snowy didn't hesitate to take the jade bottle and size it up incessantly. Moreover, she frequently sniffed it. A short while later, she suddenly opened it. In an instant, the spirit energy in the surroundings rippled towards the side, and even the primordial violet energy within Yang Yi fell silent. Even the profound primal energy within him reacted in the same way. They were avoiding it. Yang Yi could sense that his profound energies were actually avoiding it. A strand of 7-colored profound energy floated within the jade bottle. Once it appeared here, the spirit energy in the surroundings vanished without a trace. It was like an emperor had arrived, so the commoners had moved aside. Snowy's eyes immediately lit up from the sight of it, and then she instinctively licked her lips. Eternal energy. Suddenly, Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she stared at the jade bottle in Snowy's paws. It's the eternal energy that drives countless experts crazy with desire to obtain it. I finally know why the Northern Sword Sect was annihilated. Yang Yi asked, because of it? She nodded. It should be. The eternal dimension has eternal energy, but the people over here are unaware that even in the eternal dimension, eternal energy is an extremely, extremely rare thing. As for a seed of eternal energy like this one, it's even rarer. Seed? Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Sword Scroll explained. It's like a tinder. You can only make an endless supply of fire if you have a tinder, but without it, the fire you make will only last until it's put out. It's the same for spirit energy. Just like your primordial violet energy. If you give someone a strand of it, and that person absorbs it, it would be gone. However, if you give the person the primordial pagoda, then that person would be able to possess an endless supply of primordial violet energy. The primordial pagoda is like a seed of spirit energy for you. Of course, you don't need it to create primordial violet energy anymore. She continued solemnly, in theory, that is possible here too. But it's very, very difficult because this eternal energy is a strand of a seed. It's like a sprout, and you must grow it into a forest. But that's easier said than done. Of course, if you succeed, then congratulations. You can rely on this eternal energy to achieve greatness. Yang Yi asked, what can eternal energy do? Sword Scroll said, it has many uses, like speeding up your cultivation, altering your physique, nurturing your soul. Of course, the main benefit is that it can increase lifespan. As you continue cultivating, you'll realize that no treasure is more important than lifespan, especially when you arrive at a certain level. Every advancement requires experiencing a tribulation of destiny, a destiny tribulation. Even if you successfully overcome them, you will lose some lifespan every time. So, lifespan will become even more precious to you. You'll lose lifespan even if you overcome it? Yang Yi was puzzled. Shouldn't it increase your lifespan instead? Sword Scroll shook her head. That's when you pose no threat to destiny. But once you arrive at a certain level, a level where you can pose a threat to destiny, it will pay attention to you. At that time, it will try to stop you. Of course, even the legendary destiny doesn't dare to go too far, and it always gives you a chance. However, it's absolutely difficult to grasp that tiny chance. How many emperors, desolate gods, and overlords have failed to do so? Yang Yi asked, destiny really exists? Sword Scroll spoke softly, I can't answer that question. However, just think about it. Why do people and all things have an end to their lifespan? Why do people live, die, grow old, and get sick? Or an even simpler question, why do we die? Can you figure all that out? Why do we die? Yang Yi was stunned. Why do people die? A law of nature? However, who set the laws of nature? Destiny? No one in the world has seen destiny, but more and more experts could sense a mysterious existence. The stronger they got, the clearer they could sense the existence of destiny. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, people live, die, grow old, and get sick. But as people cultivate, many stop getting sick, and they hardly die either. Actually, from the moment you step foot into the path of cultivation, it's a path of defying the heavens to change your destiny. Or I should say that you're defying the heavens and fighting to stay alive. You should be dead, but you do not want to die, so you cultivate and obtain more lifespan. Just like that, you've indirectly come into conflict with destiny. She gazed at the white jade bottle in front of Snowy and continued, let's get back on topic. The eternal energy is precious mainly because cultivating with it doesn't just improve the quintessence of the body, it strengthens the body too. Moreover, it improves lifespan. Only with a longer lifespan can you go further in the path of cultivation, and the further you go, the closer you will get to what is called destiny. If you can defeat destiny, then perhaps you can live forever. I understand now. Yang Yi nodded. Actually, as you cultivate and cultivate, you're actually cultivating destiny. Or I should say, cultivating to gain more life. Eternal energy is amazing because it provides life, and you have everything only when you have life. She smiled, exactly. She gazed at Snowy and continued, you want to absorb it, right? Snowy blinked, glanced at the eternal energy, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Sword Scroll said, while it's very useful to you, and it may even help you swiftly become a sprite progenitor, but if you do awaken immediately, it'll be a huge calamity for him. Moreover, this strand of eternal energy isn't essential to you. If you want this in the future, all you have to do is say the word. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, but it's different for you. This strand of eternal energy is absolutely helpful to you. You don't have to let the little fellow have it because she has great fortune. While this eternal energy is precious, she may not even think much of it in the future. Snowy immediately passed it to Yang Yi when she heard Sword Scroll, and there was a brilliant smile on Snowy's chubby little face. Yang Yi felt warm. He rubbed her head and said, once I cultivate eternal energy, my Snowy can have as much as she wants. Snowy's smile grew brighter. Yang Yi smiled and was about to swallow it, but Sword Scroll suddenly said, if you swallow it, it represents endless trouble. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had swallowed the eternal energy. Sword Scroll was at a loss for words. Once it entered his body, it immediately went to his stomach. The eternal energy didn't wander around his body and just laid there silently while the primordial violet energy and profound primal energy in the surroundings didn't dare get close to it at all. Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi and said, "When you're free, try your best to make it circulate through your body. As for how to rely on it to cultivate true eternal energy, figure that out yourself." Yang Yi gazed at her with astonishment. "Huh?" Sword Scroll spoke indifferently. "I've never seen real eternal energy, so you can only explore slowly on your own." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Suddenly, Sword Scroll said, "Swallow that Dragon Ball as well." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he withdrew the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll spoke softly, "Swallow it, and your cultivation should arrive at the true Void Realm, and you may even gain the power of the primal true dragon. Your strength will rise by a level." There was a wisp of complicated emotions in her eyes at this point. This thing is an absolute treasure. Even Limit Breaker Realm experts would be filled with desire if they saw one. The Dragon Ball is the condensation of a primal true dragon's energy and essence, and the energy within it is immeasurable. Suddenly, the primal true dragon glared angrily at Yang Yi from the side, and it was about to take the Dragon Ball from him. However, Snowy suddenly grabbed it by the throat, and then placed the primordial axe of creation against its stomach. Obviously, she was threatening to cut it open and take its Dragon Ball. The primal true dragon's eyes rolled, and it fell unconscious from fear. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll glanced at the unconscious primal true dragon and sighed. "You have such terrible luck. Only a few beings in this world don't fear you. Unfortunately, you just had to encounter one of them." Favorite. Chapter 2361 Mutual Cultivation. Together. Chapter 2361 Mutual Cultivation. Together. The primal true dragon was definitely at the top of the food chain, and there were truly only a handful in this world that could suppress it. Ordinary demons like Oxy wouldn't dare to go against a primal true dragon, but it just happened to have encountered Snowy. Snowy just happened to be one of those few existences that could suppress it. Snowy didn't really cut it open, she was just scaring it. But she hadn't expected it to be unable to endure such a thing and fall unconscious. This made Snowy feel quite bored, so she tossed it aside. She didn't know what it was. All she did know was that it seemed not bad. That was all. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swallow the Dragon Ball. As soon as it entered his stomach, a strand of pure energy immediately dispersed throughout him. Bang! An invisible wave of pressure swept out from Yang Yi. Dragon pressure. Yang Yi was quite shocked because it was truly too terrifying. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and started absorbing it. Meanwhile, the eternal energy within Yang Yi started to circulate. Devouring. The eternal energy had actually started to devour the energy from the Dragon Ball, but it didn't absorb much, so it didn't really affect Yang Yi. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and a short while later, she grew quite bored. So, she took out the 2 dragon horns, played with them for a while, and then placed them on her head. Sword Scroll's eyelids twitched from the sight of this. Snowy felt that it didn't really work, so she removed them. After that, she seemed to have thought of something and summoned Oxy. Once Oxy appeared, it glanced at the primal true dragon that was still feigning unconsciousness, with slight fear. Snowy didn't fear that little fellow, but Oxy was terrified of it. Snowy took the horns and placed them on Oxy's head, and they really looked quite suitable. Sword Scroll suddenly said, "Silly cow, she's asking if you're willing to use those horns." Oxy may be stupid, but it knew what was what. So, it immediately nodded. What a joke, the horns of a primal true dragon. If those horns belonged to it, then its horns would be comparable to divine treasures. True divine treasures. As for its combat strength, it would rise tremendously too. Moreover, once it obtained the horns of the primal true dragon, it would be able to sense the bloodline energy of the primal true dragon. In short, its benefits were immeasurable. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy, and then she shook her head and sighed. She felt that the silly cow wasn't an idiot at all. Staying with Snowy and flattering Snowy on all occasions really did work out for it, and it had good luck because Snowy was such a generous little fellow. After all, she was just giving away a pair of primal dragon horns without the slightest hesitation. Oxy was absolutely lucky, changing the horns. Sword Scroll did it herself, and Oxy cooperated. so it didn't take long for Oxy to have a new pair of golden and shiny horns. As soon as its horns were changed, Oxy's aura instantly changed. It was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Sword Scroll glanced at Oxy and nodded slightly. While Oxy was only at the True World realm now, its combat strength was absolutely capable of crushing ordinary True World realm experts, and it even had the strength to fight Limit Breaker realm experts. Arya sized up the dragon horns on Oxy's head, and then she kept touching it with a curious glow in her eyes. Sword Scroll glanced at Arya, hesitated for a while, and then pointed at the primal true dragon who was playing dead. Arya, what do you think about it? Arya gazed at the dragon and said, a little snake? As soon as it heard that, the primal true dragon opened its eyes and glared angrily at Wang Arya. Moreover, a strand of dragon pressure slammed down upon her. Oxy instinctively hid behind Snowy. Dragon pressure. It was pressure that came from its bloodline, and it was absolutely oppressive to demon beasts. However, Wang Arya showed no fear. She leaped over and kicked the dragon on its head. Bang! The dragon was kicked away and was dragged far away against the ground. Sword Scroll's expression changed from the sight of this. It was solemn, unprecedentedly solemn. Snowy didn't defeat the primal true dragon, and that was understandable to her, very understandable. Moreover, it was very, very normal. However, even Wang Arya didn't fear it. How could she do that? There was only one explanation. Wang Arya's bloodline was superior to it. What demon beast's bloodline was superior to the primal true dragon? Sword Scroll couldn't figure it out, because amongst the primal demons she knew, the greatest among them could only rival the primal true dragon and match it evenly. But while she knew that existences that could crush it definitely existed, she didn't know what those existences were. Wang Arya didn't stop there. She swiftly went over to it, and then grabbed it and started beating it up. Howls of sorrow instantly started resounding. Snowy blinked and couldn't really bear the sight of it. However, it had nothing to do with her, didn't it? Oxy's fists were trembling as it stood behind Snowy. It felt that it should be more respectful to Wang Arya in the future. It wasn't difficult for it. After all, it felt that it was best to keep a low profile in Yang Yes group. Moreover, it was best to do all the dirty and tiring work. In short, it knew its place very well because it understood a principle. It was that it couldn't afford to offend anyone in this group. That was why Sword Scroll felt that Oxy was no fool. A short time later, Wang Arya stopped. She produced a Tonghulu out of thin air and licked it, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She removed one of them and passed it to Snowy. The latter blinked and swept it up with her tongue and into her mouth. Sword Scroll glanced at the primal true dragon that was on the verge of death, and then she shook her head. She felt it really had absolutely bad luck. A short while later, Sword Scroll gazed at Wang Arya. Arya, can you transform into your true form? Arya blinked. Oh, I definitely can. However, I still haven't figured it out. I'll do it once I have. Sword Scroll felt speechless. Hiss. Suddenly, a strand of dark red flames appeared on Yang Yi, and it enveloped him. This sudden turn of events shocked Snowy, and she hurriedly gazed at Sword Scroll. The latter explained softly, it's fine. It's the energy from the Dragon Ball that has been fully released. Now, how much he can absorb is up to him. Snowy nodded, and then she gazed at Yang Yi without any desire to move her gaze away. Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi, and then walked over to the primal true dragon. It was still playing dead and laid still on the ground. Sword Scroll squatted down and spoke softly, Are you willing to go with us? The dragon opened its eyes, glanced at Sword Scroll, and then immediately closed them again while shaking its head. What a joke. It just wanted to get away from that white little fellow and the young girl eating Tonghulu. They were absolutely terrifying. Sword Scroll grinned, and then she pointed at Snowy. Actually, you want to go with her too, right? The treasure-seeking mouse from before had been short-sighted and hadn't been able to discern Snowy's true form. However, what was the primal true dragon? Even if it was a young one, its instinct was enough to sense how special Snowy was. Sure enough, it glanced at Snowy and was slightly hesitant. It was hesitant because Snowy had wanted to hit it with the primordial axe of creation. Sword Scroll smiled. She won't hit you if you are obedient. Look, this place is so boring. Coming with us will be fun. Fun. The dragon's eyes lit up. However, it seemed to have thought of something, and it glanced at the chair deep within this place. Sword Scroll glanced at it and said, "It's fine. We'll deal with that." She dragged the dragon over to Snowy, and Oxy immediately instinctively took 2 steps back to display its respect. But Oxy didn't know that its reaction made the primal true dragon feel much better. At this moment, it finally felt that it had some dignity. The dignity of a dragon. The dragon flew onto Oxy's shoulder and started conversing with Oxy. While it was conversing with Oxy, its gaze frequently glanced at Snowy and Wang area. Snowy's attention was on Yangyi, and she completely ignored the dragon. As for Arya, only the Tonghulu had her attention. Sword Scroll grinned at the sight of this. A primal true dragon. Once it matured, it would be very, very terrifying. Sword Scroll glanced at the chair in the distance, and then she gazed at Yangyi. "You better do well." At this moment, Yang Yi's body was completely red, but his aura was growing madly. Moreover, his body was transforming in stages as well. In the primordial pagoda, a group of women stood at the peak of a mountain. They were led by Su Qingshi, and the rest of them were Yang Yi's wives, including Bai Jixin. All of them had their gazes on Bai Jixin because Shed asked them to come together. She glanced at them and spoke solemnly. "I'm sure all of you aren't willing to continue being just pretty faces." They fell silent. Pretty faces? Who wanted to be just that? But what could they do? And Nanjing was the only one among them who could keep up with Yang Yi. No matter how they cultivated, they couldn't catch up to Yang Yi and in Nanjing. They felt helpless, extremely helpless. Bai Jixin glanced at them. In the end, she gazed at Xiao Yushi, Zhuang Weiran, and Su Qingshi. They were the strongest among the others, and they were all at the progenitor realm. However, it was really not enough. Bai Jixin fell silent for a long time before she said, "Your natural talent isn't bad, and you've been cleansed by primordial violet energy for many years. So, your physiques are much, much better than ordinary people. Your cultivations and strength are so weak because you don't have good cultivation techniques, and not because you aren't working hard." She tapped their foreheads, and a few rays of white light entered them. Bai Jixin continued, "It's the Yin-Yang Scroll, a cultivation technique of a prominent sect from the primal era. The Grand Tao it contains isn't just mutual cultivation. We can cultivate it with him to help him grow stronger, and help ourselves grow stronger too." Mutual cultivation. They blushed a little as they viewed the cultivation technique. Bai Jixin continued, "There is yin and yang in the world, and it encompassed all things. All things have 2 extremes, and the fusion of yin and yang brings perfection. Mutual cultivation is a fusion of yin and yang, and we're all husband and wife with him, so it's normal to do that anyway. Since it's enjoyable and helps with our cultivation, then why not?" Bai Jixin couldn't help but blush a little at this point. Meanwhile, someone suddenly said, "Are we all doing it together?" The surroundings fell silent. Together. Chapter 2362, The True Void Realm. Chapter 2362, The True Void Realm. In the palace, Yang Yi's aura was growing increasingly stronger, and his body was starting to change color. Golden. His skin had turned golden. Snowy was stunned by this. In the end, she gazed at Sword Scroll. The latter gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "It's fine. He'll be all right soon." Actually, she wasn't very confident, because she'd never seen anyone eat the Dragon Ball of a primal true dragon. She only knew it was a very good source of energy, but even she didn't know what would happen after it was consumed. Snowy relaxed a little upon receiving an answer from Sword Scroll. Meanwhile, she seemed to have thought of something and gazed at the dragon on Oxy's shoulder. The dragon's figure immediately stiffened, and it instinctively moved backward. Snowy glanced at its stomach, and no one knew what she was thinking. However, the primal true dragon was almost terrified to the point of fainting. Sword Scroll smiled and entered the primordial pagoda. She went to the mountain where Su Qingshi and the others were gathered, and they gazed at her. All of them had great respect for her. Sword Scroll glanced at Xiao Yushi, Zhuang Weiran, and Bai Jixin. "The 3 of you have the best talent. Qingshi barely passes as well. As for the rest, to be honest, if it wasn't for the primordial pagoda, all of you would have never been able to get this far. They remained silent. Sword Scroll continued. However, primordial violet energy's effects have their limit. If you can't advance further, then if I'm being honest, Yang Yi will have no choice but to watch you die many years from now. I've looked through Bai Zixian's technique, and I think it's very useful to all of you. It's useful to him too. The Yin-Yang sect was a great sect during the Primal Era, so if you cultivate their technique, then coupled with how special Yang Yi is, you'll be able to go much further. She gazed at Xiao Yushi and Zhuang Weiran at this point. Your talents were wasted a little. Staying in the primordial pagoda is beneficial to you, but it's disadvantageous too, because you've lost any chance of obtaining any fortuitous encounters. A tiger raised at home may not have to worry about food and water, but it would never become a king of the forest. Zhuang Weiran glanced at her. What should we do? Sword Scroll smiled. You can't leave because he won't be able to rest at ease, and based on your strength, you won't survive for long without his protection. She glanced at the surroundings and said, this world is a new world, and there are endless possibilities here. You can build it up and make this world a paradise. Su Qingshi asked, a paradise? Sword Scroll nodded, a paradise. This place has that mysterious cultivation room and primordial violet energy. If this isn't a paradise, then what is? In the eternal dimension, a paradise is something only the extraordinary organizations of that dimension possess. Moreover, this small world isn't just an ordinary paradise. A sprite progenitor resides here. While she hasn't truly evolved into a sprite progenitor, it's only a matter of time. Once that happens, even those paradises wouldn't be able to compare to this place. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi asked, Senior Sword Scroll, how do you think we should modify this place? Sword Scroll glanced at the surroundings and said, this place is truly blessed by the heavens. You came from the large universe, and all the sprites from there are here. Moreover, you have numerous small spirit veins. So, making this place a paradise is absolutely easy. I suggest that you establish a sect here, and when the time is right, you can start recruiting experts and demon beasts. Most people and demon beasts would be willing to join a place like this. Su Qingshi and the others exchanged glances, and all of them felt that it could work. Sword Scroll continued, moreover, you don't have to spend too much time on this sect. While the Northern Sword sect is gone, its buildings are still here. Just move them in here, and with the sword formations from before, they'll be perfect. She gazed into the distance and continued, it won't be long before this place will become a paradise on par with some of the paradises in the eternal dimension, and with this paradise, you'll be able to recruit numerous experts, especially demons. In any case, all of them will come in obediently with Snowy here. Wait. Sword Scroll grunted coldly at this point. Not just anyone or any demon will be allowed in here. We only accept the most monstrous geniuses and the most stronger and rarest beasts. The others exchanged glances. Suddenly, Sword Scroll looked up and left the pagoda. In the palace, Yang Yi's aura was growing stronger, and it was at a critical point. Boom. Finally, a terrifying aura swept out from within him, but it only took a moment for the aura to surge back into him like a receding tide. Yang Yi opened his eyes. The ocean of blood in his eyes had vanished, and they were replaced by golden light. Yang Yi stood up, stretched his body, and then the space around him instantly rippled. The true void realm. At this moment, he wasn't just at the true void realm in his cultivation, even his body was at the true void realm. Especially his body, it was absolutely not at the level of an ordinary true void realm expert. The Dragon Ball's energy had merged with his body, causing it to receive some characteristics of dragons. It could be said that his current body may be at the true void realm, but even demons at the World Lord realm may not have bodies stronger than his. For example, Oxy was definitely incapable of comparing with his body right now. Besides that, there was a form of pressure coming from him. Dragon pressure. Presently, he had an invisible strand of dragon pressure, and it was deterring to a certain extent against both people and demons, especially demons. Of course, it definitely didn't work on Snowy. Not to mention the dragon pressure he possessed. Even a real primal true dragon's pressure wouldn't affect Snowy at all. Snowy immediately pounced on Yangyi and rubbed her head against his chin. The primal true dragon blinked. At this moment, it felt that Snowy wasn't that terrifying. Oxy hesitated for a moment and pointed at Yangyi. Respect? Respect. After being in Snowy's group for so long, Oxy was very well aware of something, and it was that it could make anyone unhappy, even Snowy. However, never make Yangyi unhappy. Because if you made Snowy unhappy, she would forget it after giving you a beating. But if you made Yangyi unhappy, then Snowy would never forget it. She would give you a beating forever. The sword gourd was the best example. Even now, it was frequently beaten up by Snowy. Moreover, Yangyi wasn't that easy to offend. That fellow was more terrifying than Snowy when he was angry. Or it should be said that when Yangyi was angry, even Snowy would be obedient like a cat. The primal true dragon seemed to understand Oxy, and it glanced at Yangyi while in deep thought. Yangyi rubbed Snowy's head and closed his eyes slowly. This transformation wasn't just a transformation of his cultivation and body. His internal organs had undergone a transformation too. It could be said that it was a transformation from inside out. Something worth mentioning was that the eternal energy within him seemed to have grown a little larger, and it had started to come into contact with his primordial violet energy and profound primal energy. Or to be more precise, it was getting close to the primordial violet energy. His intuition told him that it didn't think much of his profound primal energy. In short, had obtained a comprehensive improvement. Now, he could easily swing his sword 3 times with the sword domain. Moreover, its might has improved by a level 2. If he gave it his all, he could even swing his sword 4 times. But it would be strenuous and harm him. Simply speaking, he was unmatched beneath the Limit Breaker realm. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, "You've taken so much, so it's time to meet the owner." Yangyi looked into the distance, and there was a chair there. He fell silent for a short while, and then he took Snowy in his arms and walked over there. He bowed slightly. "Please feel free to tell me if you need anything." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared on the chair. He only had a body, but his arms and legs were missing. Moreover, even his eyes were missing. Yangyi frowned slightly and grew vigilant. Meanwhile, the man spoke abruptly. "In all these years, so many have come here, but you're the second to get here. The first was... Right, let me think. Oh, right, it's that fellow who created the Northern Sword sect up there. Unfortunately, that fellow is dead now." Yang Yes frown deepened when he heard this. Sword Scroll and him exchanged glances. They'd thought the sect master of the Northern Sword sect had come from the Eternal Dimension, but now it seemed like they were wrong. The man continued, "That fellow's natural talent in the Sword Dao was really good. I asked him to keep a low profile and leave once he finished learning from me. Unfortunately, he wanted to start a sect once he finished learning. Now, all of them are dead, and they don't even have another life to experience." Yang Yi glanced at the man and remained silent. Meanwhile, the man continued, "As for you, your natural talent is ordinary, but your heart toward the Sword Dao is much, much better than that fellow. You have potential. Moreover, your Sword Dao has emotions in it. While it has just taken form, it's really not bad. These fellows by your side are really interesting too. The primordial acts of creation and primordial pagoda may not be much, but they aren't bad for you. So just use them for now. As for this Sword Scroll, if you can find her main body, then she's barely passable. As for this ox, its primal bloodline is very scarce. Of course, even its ancestor, a true primal Heavenshaker ox, isn't much either. However, its fortune isn't bad, and if it can overcome its bloodline in the future, then it'll be barely passable." This little girl. The man suddenly stopped at this point. Arya blinked and was filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, the man continued, "You shouldn't be here. Of course, even I'm here, so it isn't surprising that you're here. We can be considered to be peers. As for the outcome, only the heavens knows." Snowy suddenly flew over to the middle-aged man and pointed at herself. The man fell silent for a short while and said, "A sprite progenitor. I recognize you, the progenitor of all sprites." Snowy blinked. She was asking him to continue. Sigh. The man suddenly sighed softly. If the sprite progenitors of the past find out that the current sprite progenitor is a little fellow who only knows how to be cute, I wonder if they'll get so angry that they detonate themselves. Snowy was stunned speechless. Chapter 2363 A True Heart Leads to an Invincible Sword. Chapter 2363 A True Heart Leads to an Invincible Sword. Snowy was visibly stunned. As for Yang Yi and Sword Scroll, they were beyond shocked. Who was this man? The primordial acts of creation and the primordial pagoda weren't much to him? They were treasures that countless went mad to obtain, but they weren't much to him. Both Yang Yi and Sword Scroll didn't think that he was exaggerating. It wasn't necessary. Moreover, the man didn't just possess eternal energy, he had a primal true dragon. A person like him would disdain to lie. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man continued, Actually, I'm not very interested in all of you. If it wasn't for this little fellow, you wouldn't have gotten here. However, I'm a little interested in all of you now. Yang Yi said, Please be frank, senior. The man replied, I've lived for very, very long. So long that even I've forgotten how long it has been. I don't think your arrival here is a coincidence. I don't care who set this all up, but if someone included me in their schemes, I have to do something. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword sheath appeared before Yang Yi. It was over 1 m long, and it was very simple. It looked like an ordinary sword sheath. Yang Yi gazed at the man but didn't take the sheath. He said, According to what you've said, someone is controlling our lives? Or perhaps, someone is controlling everything. The man replied with a question, Who isn't? Yang Yi frowned, and the man continued, Shrink your concept of the world and take a look at it. Who do you think controls the destiny of the fish in a pond? Or look at it at a larger scale. Who controls the destiny of the commoners in a kingdom? How are you so sure that you are not one of the fish in the pond? He paused for a moment at this point and continued, The stronger you get, the stronger you'll sense some inconceivable existences. I'm sure you've heard of destiny. You're probably unable to come into contact with that level right now, but as you grow stronger, you'll realize that some things may be impossible to touch or see, but it doesn't mean they do not exist. Of course, nothing is absolute, and it may just be my mistake. However, it's not important, isn't it? Yang Yi glanced at the man and said, You're overthinking it. Huh. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Why think so much about the future? What's most important is treading my current path well. As for destiny, I think I should just do my best and let the heavens decide. What do you think? Interesting. There was slight amusement in his voice. Those words make you worthy of this sheath. As for whether you're worthy of its sword, it depends on whether your words were sincere. Yang Yi glanced at the sheath and asked, Where's its sword? The man replied, Look for it on your own. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The man continued, Let me ask you something very common. Why do you cultivate the sword? Yang Yi replied, It can kill and protect. Haha. The man suddenly roared with laughter. Sword Scroll pulled on Yang Yi's sleeve. The latter nodded slightly and gazed at the man, Senior. I'll be taking my leave now. He took Snowy in his arms, and then took Wang Aria's hand and walked toward the exit. Suddenly, the man's voice resounded from behind him. Let me give you a piece of advice. A true heart leads to an invincible sword. A true heart leads to an invincible sword. Yang Yi's figure stopped for a moment, and he said, Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the palace with the others. Only the man remained here. The man suddenly started laughing, and as he laughed, 2 streams of tears seeped out from his eyes. The tears would not stop. In the past, a child and an old man once had a conversation like this. Kid, why do you cultivate the sword? I can protect my father and mother. He hesitated for a moment and added, And the girl I like? All right, then from now onward, I, Jian Wudi, take you as my disciple. Countless years later, the child wasn't a child anymore. He was one of the strongest people in the world. He arrived at the ends of the sky, and his eyes were filled with confidence. He was absolutely confident that he could enter the door which no one had ever succeeded at entering, because he was really very strong. He stopped, and a voice came from there. Is the sword more important, or is your mother, father, and the girl you like who are more important? The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you trying to spoil my mental state? The voice fell silent for a long time before it said, Draw their appearance for me, and I'll let you through. The man was stunned. Their appearance? Their appearance? Mother and father's appearance? The appearance of my beloved Tao companion? Frewnvel. The man was stunned on the spot, and then his hands and body started to tremble. His parents and beloved had died a long, long time ago. When had they died? How had they died? It had been too long to the point had even forgotten their appearances. The sword was the only thing in his world. However, he still remembered something, and it was that Head abandoned everything for the sword, including everything he wanted to protect, because they had become burdens to his sword Tao. He severed everything that stood in his path. Bonds? Friendship? Love? They were nothing before the path of eternal life. The middle-aged man was still laughing in the palace, but as he laughed, he cried, and as he cried, he laughed. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll left the underground palace and arrived back above ground. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. What is it? It was Sword Scroll who had pulled him out of there just now. She spoke solemnly. He's absolutely not ordinary, and he aroused horror within me. Yang Yi smiled. Don't think too much about it. If he had ill intent, we wouldn't have been able to fight back at all, right? As for what he gave us, even if he has some ulterior motives, who cares? In any case, we just have to do what we should do. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, Nothing troubles you. Yang Yi shook his head. Not at all. It's just that I have no other choice. Sword Scroll fell silent. Just as Yang Yi had said, no matter what the man wanted, they had no choice. Because they couldn't just return the eternal energy and Dragon Ball, right? In any case, it was all something for the future. A short while later, Sword Scroll glanced at the surroundings and said, I want to move the entire Northern Sword Sect into the Primordial Pagoda. What do you think? Yang Yi asked, What's the point of that? She replied, We can create our own organization, a true power. Trust me, we can build a formidable organization within the Primordial Pagoda and well prioritize quality over quantity. An organization. Yang Yi was immediately interested. Sky Maiden and the others possessed extremely good natural talent, so he could gather all of these talented people together, and coupled with the primordial violet energy within the Primordial Pagoda, Snowy's presence, and that cultivation room, their speed of cultivation would multiply. Besides that, he could recruit some formidable demon beasts. After all, they would definitely be willing to join him since he had Snowy by his side. Sword Scroll immediately summoned Oxy when she saw that Yang Yi had no objections. Move the Northern Sword Sect. No one was managing this place now, and no one wanted it. After all, practically all the treasures here had been taken. So, it didn't take long for Oxy to move the entire Northern Sword Sect into the Primordial Pagoda. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi and the others started making arrangements within the pagoda, and Sword Scroll joined them. After all, she had to study those sword formations. Thus, only Yang Yi, Snowy, and Wang area remained outside. As for Oxy, it was acting as a laborer and obeying the orders of Su Qingshi and the others. The Primal True Dragon, on the other hand, was wandering around the pagoda, and it was very satisfied with this place. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked toward the right, and there was a middle-aged man there. Besides that, there were 2 men and a woman there too. It was the same group of 3 Yang Yi had met earlier. Yang Yi's gaze stopped on the middle-aged man because he was actually a Limit Breaker Realm expert. The Limit Breaker Realm. While he didn't fear such experts now, he couldn't underestimate them or act carelessly against them. When he saw Yang Yi look in his direction, the middle-aged man nodded at Yang Yi, and then he walked over. The patriarch of the Southern Cities Li clan, Li Xianyan. I was once an elder of the Northern Sword Sect. Yang Yi nodded and waited for him to continue. Li Xianyan hesitated for a moment and gazed at Snowy. Young brother, is she a sprite progenitor? A sprite progenitor. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Why? Li Xianyan couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard Yang Yi, and then he said, Can you give her to me? Give her to him. Yang Yi chuckled. That sword told you about her, right? Li Xianyan replied, You don't have the strength to protect her. If you're willing to give her to my Li clan, you can ask for anything from us." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "I refuse." Li Xianyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a powerful wave of pressure pressed down upon Yang Yi. The pressure of the limit breaker realm. Once the powerful pressure appeared, the space here warped, because it couldn't endure the pressure at all. However, Yang Yi was completely unaffected by it. Li Xianyan frowned from the sight of this. He realized that the young man was much stronger than had expected. Li Xianyan was about to attack when a sword suddenly appeared before him, and it trembled violently before transforming into a man. It was the sword from the jade pendant. The man glanced at Li Xianyan. "I made you come because I fought with your ancestor through life and death, and I thought that I should take care of the Li clan a little, so I asked you to side with him. But I never expected you to try killing him and stealing from him. Are you an idiot?" Li Xianyan glanced at the man and said, "Side with a true Void Realm cultivator? Are you sure you're all right?" The man gazed at Li Xianyan. "This is your last chance." "He doesn't have one." Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "I just happen to want to see if I can kill a Limit Breaker Realm expert." A sword howl resounded. Chapter 2364 Sword Intent. Chapter 2364 Sword Intent. Haha. Li Xianyan suddenly chuckled, and then a wave of powerful sword energy rippled out of him. True Void Realm Sword Intent. Reveal. The solemnness in Yang Yi's eyes grew. However, his desire to fight grew stronger too. A sword cultivator. This man was a true sword cultivator, and he was a powerful sword cultivator. Sword cultivators comprehended sword intent and cultivated the sword heart. It was a much more difficult path than ordinary cultivating, but similarly, once one gained success on it, that person's strength would be much, much stronger than an ordinary cultivator. As the sword intent appeared, an invisible wave of pressure appeared in the surroundings, and Li Xianyan's aura changed as well. His aura was sharp now. Li Xianyan took a step forward. Sword intent surged forward like a torrent. Suppression with intent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang! An invisible wave of sword intent rippled out of him. True Dao Realm Sword Intent. It was a realm lower than Li Xianyan, but the energy and power it contained wasn't any weaker. It was an unruly sword intent that would fight until the end. Confrontation. Their sword intents immediately entered into confrontation, and they remained still amid the sword intent. Sword intent couldn't be seen or felt, so they seemed like ordinary people standing there. However, only few were aware how dangerous it was around them right now. That space was covered in two types of sword intent. This continued for a long time before Li Xianyan took a step forward. Along with that step, ripples gradually appeared in the surrounding space, and it was like ripples on the surface of a lake. The sword intent had grown stronger. Li Xianyan's sword intent had grown stronger again. Yang Yi didn't move. The sword intent pressed down upon him like a mountain, and he felt pressure, powerful pressure. He knew that Li Xianyan hadn't used his full strength earlier, and Li Xianyan's sword intent was much stronger than he expected. Now that Li Xianyan was revealing his full strength, his sword intent was growing stronger and stronger. If he withdrew the primordial axe of creation or the sword gourd now, he could obliterate it with ease. But Yang Yi didn't. They just continued their confrontation. Just like that, Li Xianyan took a step from time to time, and every step he took would make his sword intent slightly stronger. The sword intent was growing in strength, and space was rippling like a rock had been tossed into a pond. But from the beginning until the end, Yang Yi stood on the spot without taking a single step back. Moreover, his sword intent hadn't retreated either. Avoid the pressure? That wasn't his sword or his Dao. Li Xianyan sped up. At this moment, he seemed like a peerless sword which was ready to attack, and his aura was so strong that it could obliterate the world. Conversely, Yang Yi seemed like a boat in a storm, and he seemed like he would be washed away at any moment. Suppression with sword intent. Meanwhile, Li Xianyan had arrived before Yang Yi. As soon as his foot descended, his sword intent seemed to erupt like countless volcanoes and instantly envelop Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up, and then his sword intent, which had been suppressed to the limit, erupted abruptly. It was like the self-detonation of an extraordinary expert, and it erupted with all its strength at this moment. Boom! Li Xianyan was pushed backward repeatedly. Meanwhile, the man who was formed from the sword gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. The true Void Realm. Yang Yi's sword intent had actually attained the true Void Realm. The man seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Li Xianyan. Meanwhile, the latter gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Congratulations. Yang Yi let out a long breath of air and bowed to Li Xianyan. Thank you. The Li clan's patriarch had no intention to kill him, and had just wanted to help Yang Yi attain an advancement in sword intent. As for the reason, Yang Yi was certain that he would find out soon. Li Xianyan walked over to Yang Yi and sat down, and so did Yang Yi. He suddenly felt that the Li clan's patriarch seemed a little different now. Li Xianyan withdrew a jug of wine and passed it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't refuse and took a mouthful of it. Li Xianyan chuckled and said, "My ancestor told me that there's a sprite progenitor here, and I didn't believe it, so I came to see." Unexpectedly, it was true. Do you know what I thought at that moment? Yang Yi shook his head. Li Xianyan smiled. I thought of leaving as soon as possible and getting as far away from you as I can. My Li clan isn't bad in this lousy place. After all, I'm at the limit breaker realm, and I'm a sword cultivator too. So, ordinary organizations would fear me. However, I'm very well aware that if my clan obtains a sprite progenitor, we would definitely suffer calamity. If it was a divine treasure, I may have some desire to obtain it, but if it's this little fellow, I dare not think of it. Yang Yi replied softly, but many do. That's normal. Li Xianyan said, it is a sprite progenitor. Yang Yi grinned and gazed at him. You helped me advance in my sword intent, and this kindness. Li Xianyan waved his hand. I didn't do it for any reason. Of course, it's your problem if you wish to remember it. He stood up as he said that, and then he gazed at the man who was the sword from before. You never showed yourself after my ancestor passed away. So, now that you have, what do you plan to do? If you want to leave, my Li clan won't stop you. Of course, it's better if you're willing to stay. After all, my Li clan really doesn't have a good sword besides you. The sword fell silent. Li Xianyan smiled and said, you can make your own choice. The man glanced at Yang Yi. In the end, he transformed into a sword that descended before the woman. The woman was stunned. Li Xianyan grinned. Take it. She took it with slightly trembling hands, and then she gazed at Li Xianyan. Patriarch, this? Li Xianyan smiled. It's just a sword, so don't think too much about it. Of course, don't treat it shabbily either. Just do as you did in the past, all right? She hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, Li Xianyan gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother Yang, my intuition tells me that you may know why the Northern Sword Sect was annihilated overnight, right? Yang Yi nodded. I do know a little. Li Xianyan sighed softly. I know that some things are better left unknown, but my ancestor died that night too. I want to know which organization was actually able to annihilate the Northern Sword Sect's master who was strong like a god and even kill numerous Limit Breaker realm experts. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, it wasn't the people on this side. Li Xianyan was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. I see. I understand now. I hope we meet again. He transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, the woman and the two men bowed slightly to Yang Yi and vanished into the sky as well. Only Yang Yi remained here. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and a smile curled up on his face. Had gained quite a bit this time. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and was about to leave, but a woman suddenly appeared not too far away. She waved at Yang Yi and smiled. Long time no see. Yang Yi frowned when he saw her. She was the Nanli clan's Nanli Ming. Nanli Ming sized up Yang Yi and said, Tiske, your speed of improvement is amazing. Yang Yi replied indifferently, do you need something? Nanli Ming withdrew a thick scroll and unfurled it. I have good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad news. Some old geezers at the Eternal River have found out about the sprite progenitor, and the entire Eternal River was shocked by the news. Countless old geezers who've stayed hidden until now have left for here. If you're willing to give me a divine treasure, I can tell you about their origins and true strength. A divine treasure. Yang Yi glanced at her and replied, I don't have one. Anyway, knowing that doesn't make a difference, doesn't it? She gave him a thumbs up. Smart? Come, let's continue. The bad news doesn't end there. The Freedom Sect, Longevity Sect, Creation Sect, and Immortality Sect, the four great powers of the Eternal River, have joined forces. Moreover, they've started summoning back all their experts in the Eternal River. Right, do you know how strong those experts are? I'm sure you don't, because you don't know what kind of people would dare to enter the Eternal River. She pointed at where Li Xianyan had just stood and continued. That fellow was quite strong, right? Unfortunately, he has no right to enter the Eternal River. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he asked, "What about the good news?" "Calm down." She blinked. "The bad news isn't over yet." Yang Yi wanted to attack her. Nanli Ming continued, "Besides Eternal Border, I heard that the experts of other worlds are traveling here too. There are weaklings and strong experts among them. Of course, they are all strong to you. Besides that, do you remember the 6 clans? Their ancestors are still alive, including my Nanli clan's ancestor. They are all at the Eternal River. Now, they have started to return. At that time, all your enmity will converge in one huge battle. Hehe, it'll definitely be fun." "Oh right, all of this isn't the worst news. Do you know what's the worst news?" Yang Yi asked indifferently. "There's something worse?" She chuckled. "The worst news is..." She pointed at him. You're actually just at the true void realm." "Yang Yi, oh Yang Yi, you're only at the true void realm. Tell me, how will you survive?" "No, I should ask, how do you want to die?" Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He forcefully restrained his impulse to attack her and asked, "What about the good news?" She chuckled. "One divine treasure. Give me that and I'll tell you." Yang Yi glanced at her. "Just die." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, she said, "You've been to the Eternal Secret Realm, so you should have been to that village. I'm sure you know about some things from the Primal Era, right?" Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her, and she looked him in the eyes. "That is just a small portion of the huge battlefield from all those years ago. That huge battlefield has appeared. The Primal Battlefield." Yang Yi frowned. "What are you trying to tell me?" She walked over to him. "That battlefield has always been kept under the control of the few greatest powers of Eternal Border, like the Longevity Sect, Creation Sect, Freedom Sect, Immortality Sect, and the power that stands behind me. But 2 days ago, a sword cultivator slashed open the restrictions there and went inside. Now, in theory, anyone can go inside. So, are you interested in going?" "Of course, we'll be sneaking in." Yang Yi asked, "A sword cultivator?" She nodded. "An unknown sword cultivator. The leaders of all those powers have started pursuing that sword cultivator. So, he's probably going to die soon. After all, he's up against around 6 Limit Breaker Realm experts, and they aren't ordinary Limit Breaker Realm experts." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2365, Primal Battlefield. Chapter 2365, Primal Battlefield. A sword cultivator? A weird expression appeared on Yang Yi's face. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you know what he looked like?" Nanli Ming glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I didn't ask, but he seems to have been wearing a cloud-white robe." "Why? Do you know him?" "A cloud-white robe." Yang Yi's face grew even weirder. They were hunting that sword cultivator. They were actually hunting him. Yang Yi's face grew weirder and weirder, because Head guessed who it was. Obviously, it was the Unfettered One. The Unfettered One's true strength had always been a mystery, but he did know that those powers were about to suffer terribly. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming asked, "You know him?" Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. "Sort of." She asked, "Is he strong?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "We're equally matched." Nanli Ming walked over to Yang Yi. "Needless to say, your skin is the thickest among the people I know." "Serious, I'm not lying." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nanli Ming folded the thick scroll in her hand and said, "Are you going to the Primal Battlefield?" Yang Yi asked, "Why me?" Nanli Ming replied, "Not you. I'm actually here for the Sprite Progenitor." "So? What do you think? I'm frank enough, right?" Yang Yi understood everything now. "Snowy." Nanli Ming was after Snowy. What could Snowy do? Find treasures, of course. Not only could she find treasures, she could make them go with her. It could be said that if he and Nanli Ming searched the primal battlefield on their own, they may return empty-handed. However, if they had Snowy, then they would never return empty-handed. Unless the primal battlefield really had nothing in it. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "The primal battlefield? Do you want to know more about it?" She smiled, of course, just one divine treasure. The primordial acts of creation, primordial pagoda, or sword-gored work. I don't want to know. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her, while he felt that she'd gone mad with desire for divine treasures. He seemed to have thought of something and summoned Snowy. He pointed at Nanli Ming and said, "Snowy, see if she has any treasures. Don't hold back. Take everything you can." Snowy glanced at her, and Nanli Ming gazed at Snowy with a smile on her face. A short while later, Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and shook her head. "You think I didn't take any precautions?" Nanli Ming suddenly smiled. "I knew you had this little fellow with you. So wouldn't I be an idiot if I didn't take any precautions? All right, let's not waste time. Just tell me, are you going or not? If you are, then we have to hurry up." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "All right." Nanli Ming smiled. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped her finger forward, and a circle of blue light appeared before them. She walked in first. Yang Yi didn't hesitate and followed her. In the teleportation passageway, Nanli Ming glanced at Snowy, who was on Yang Ye's shoulder, and Snowy gazed at her. Nanli Ming smiled. "Why are you looking at me?" Snowy pointed at the thick scroll in her grasp. Obviously, she was asking what it was. Nanli Ming's smile froze, and then it vanished while she spoke seriously. "Why, you think it's extraordinary?" Her voice was trembling slightly. Yang Yi couldn't help but gaze at her. Snowy glanced at the scroll with a little curiosity in her eyes. A short while later, she withdrew her gaze and didn't look at Nanli Ming anymore. Haha. Suddenly, Nanli Ming started laughing, and her laughter grew louder and louder. Yang Yi frowned and wondered if she'd gone mad. A short while later, Nanli Ming returned to normal and gazed at Yang Yi. "We'll give her face and tell you about the primal battlefield for free. It's called a battlefield, but it's more like a primal tomb, because too many experts from the primal era died there. A terribly huge number of experts died during that shocking battle." Yang Yi asked, "Was it an internal battle, or something else?" She shook her head slightly. "It wasn't internal. I don't know the specifics, nor do many others. All I do know is that they died miserably in that battle." She fell silent at this point. Yang Yi didn't pursue any answers. He was just asking out of curiosity, but it had nothing to do with him. He couldn't even guarantee his own safety right now. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, "How long before we get there?" Nanli Ming replied, 2 hours. Conceal yourself once we get there. They won't hunt you until their experts return from the Eternal River. However, they will definitely attack if you go to them." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "You keep speaking about the Eternal River. What kind of place is it?" Nanli Ming glanced at Yang Yi and said, "A very, very terrifying place. If you go there with your current strength, you'll probably die in an hour." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. They didn't speak more, and Yang Yi immersed his consciousness into the primordial pagoda. At this moment, it had undergone a tremendous change. In the world at the first level, Little Sky Continent. It was Little Sky who had given it this name, and Yang Yi hadn't changed it. There was a new sect here. Su Qingshi and the others had moved the Northern Sword Sect to the tallest mountain in Little Sky Continent. The mountain had no name, but Su Qingshi had given it a name now, Void Mountain. The Sword Sect on Profound Continent had been on Void Mountain too, and it was there that Yang Ye's life had started. Besides the Northern Sword Sect, there were countless other smaller mountains on Void Mountain. They had been modified, and there were palaces on them. It was where Yang Yi and the others would be living. Every one of them had a mountain. As for the spirit veins, all of them were beneath Void Mountain. They were happy to be there. After all, they needed to cultivate, and Sword Scroll didn't limit their freedom. They could go anywhere because all that mattered was the spirit energy they provided. Behind Void Mountain was a boundless mountain range, and it belonged to Oxy and the Primal True Dragon. Only those two fellows lived there for now. As for Snowy, the entire primordial pagoda was hers. Something worth mentioning was Little Sky. Now, she had become the heaven Tao of this world. She had been the heaven Tao of a world in the past, so she was back to her old job. As far as she was concerned, it wasn't difficult at all. Moreover, there was no fighting or killing in this world, so she loved it. RVLOS for the sprites they brought over from the large universe, they'd scattered all over the world here. Cultivate. They needed to cultivate too, and their presence throughout this world was very beneficial to it. Every sprite would bring a different form of energy to where they went. The energy of the 5 elements. There was yin, yang, and the 5 elements in the world. Now, this world had the 5 elements, and according to Sword Scroll, yin and yang would come later. They had to take it slow and gradually perfect this world. Little Sky Continent was finally on the right track. As he gazed at the world around him, Yang Yi had a daring idea: the sword domain. If he used this world to execute the sword domain, in other words, if he relied on the energy of this world to execute it and shrunk it into his sword domain, or perhaps make this world his sword domain. Needless to say, he was shocked by his thoughts. Rely on the energy of a world? Condense the energy of a world? Would it work? In the outside world, he could only condense his own sword domain, but was unable to use the energy of that world. After all, it didn't belong to him, and the laws of the world wouldn't obey him. But this was Little Sky Continent, and it was his own. So, if he relied on its energy, it seemed to be possible. However, there were many issues. For example, how to accomplish it, or if his body could endure it. In the teleportation passageway, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at his hands. I should make some time to try it. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming suddenly asked, try what? Yang Yi glanced at her. Nothing. Nanli Ming moved her gaze toward the distance. The primal battlefield is filled with opportunity, but it's filled with danger too. Otherwise, those powers wouldn't have sealed it off to slowly explore. Because even they dare not to openly go inside and explore it. Yang Yi asked, why? Nanli Ming explained, you've been to the eternal secret realm, so you should be aware of the existences there, right? The primal battlefield is more dangerous than there, and you can even find the remnants of the souls of some primal demons and primal experts there. The souls of true primal demons and primal experts. Moreover, it wouldn't be that bad if that was all. The problem is that there may be some other unknown things there too. Yang Yi suddenly said, there definitely are. Nanli Ming gazed at him, but Yang Yi said nothing and looked into the distance. Who was the unfettered one? He knew better than anyone. That fellow only went to places with extraordinary experts, and he couldn't be bothered with other ordinary places. Since the unfettered one had gone there, it was obvious that something there had attracted his attention. Only the strong, those who were truly strong, could attract his attention. Experts. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He thought of the unfettered one's sword, how strong it was, and how impossible it was to defeat. A smile gradually appeared on the corners of Yang Ye's face. Because he thought of many people like Su Qingshi, Zhuang Weiran, and Nanjing, Snowy. A long time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Ties. It is my sword Tao. Favorite. Chapter 2366 Feeding with Blood. Chapter 2366 Feeding with Blood. Ties. Sword cultivators cultivated the heart, and they severed ties. Because they refused to allow any ties to bind their hearts. After all, how could they reach the peak of the sword Tao if their hearts were bound? Since the ancient times, which expert hadn't severed his or her ties to the mortal world to attain the supreme grand Tao. Thus, many sword cultivators ceaselessly severed their ties to everything on their path. Everyone they severed made their sword Tao stronger. Undeniably, it was a path in the sword Tao, and it couldn't be considered to be wrong. But Yang Yi was taking a different path. Ties? As far as he was concerned, they were part of his sword Tao. Every one of them was a little more responsibility to him, and every additional piece of responsibility meant that he had to grow stronger. Ties were his sword Tao, and his motivation to grow stronger. We're here. Suddenly, Nanli Ming's voice resounded. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked over. At this moment, they had left the territory of the northern continent. Bang! They vanished on the spot and appeared in the clouds. Yang Yi asked, "We're in Eternal Border?" Nanli Ming nodded. "Don't tell me those people of Eternal Border don't know where I am." She smiled. They definitely were aware before this, but not anymore. She withdrew a small rock as she spoke. "Do you know what this is?" "A heaven's secret stone. It can conceal you from the heavens, so no one can use any means to locate you. Of course, it's a little exaggerated, and nothing is absolute. In short, you're safe for now, and no one can locate you." "Huh, you seem like you want it?" "No problem. They'll sell it to you for one divine treasure." Hey, don't go. Pseudo-divine treasures work too. "Hey, we can discuss this." Around 10 minutes later, Nanli Ming led him to a boundless mountain range, and its size exceeded his imagination. It was huge, absolutely huge. Even with his field of vision that could see almost 500,000 kilometers away, he still couldn't see anything beyond an endless mountain range. Nanli Ming pointed to the left. "If you go all the way to the end in that direction, you'll reach a mountain range. Go past it to arrive at the Eternal River, and go past the Eternal River and destroy the walls between universes to enter the Eternal Universe. Countless people, sprites, demons, and experts have their lifetime goals set beyond the Eternal River. And the greatest cemetery of this world isn't the primal battlefield or any other place. It's the Eternal River. The remains of experts are everywhere over there." She gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. "Want to go have a look?" Yang Yi glanced in that direction and said, "Why do so many wish to enter the Eternal Universe? I think this world isn't bad at all." Nanli Ming smiled. "In the mortal world, the poor want money." "Why do you think they want to make money?" "Because they want to live better lives, and they want to enter the ranks of the wealthy. As for the wealthy, they have money, but they still work hard to earn more, because they want to go higher. The Eternal Universe is where the wealthy are, and we are the poor." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Since we're at different levels, why forcefully try to join them? You're talking nonsense." Nanli Ming rolled her eyes at him. "It's because you're richer than anyone. Do any powers in the eternal dimension have a sprite progenitor? Does anyone have a sprite progenitor and primordial violet energy? Not only that, you have a pile of divine treasures and pseudo-divine treasures. Tell me, what do you lack? Spirit energy? With that little fellow by your side, you have an endless supply of spirit energy. Treasures? You have no less than 3 divine treasures now, right? Moreover, you'll get even more with her by your side." Nanli Ming glanced at him and continued, "You're so calm because you're even richer than the people in the eternal dimension. As far as you're concerned, all of them are poor too. So, of course you disdain to go there." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nanli Ming shook her head. "Forget that. It just makes my heart hurt. Let's go and see if we can seize this opportunity to make a fortune in the primal battlefield." Once she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of white light that vanished into the distance. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, who was on his shoulder. "Are we very wealthy?" Snowy blinked, thought for a moment, and then shook her head while waving her paws. Yang Yi understood what she meant. She meant that they were very poor. What was being wealthy in Snowy's world? In any case, as far as she was concerned, it took many, many divine treasures, so many to the point they were impossible to count, and that only made them barely wealthy. Yang Yi sighed softly. "Luckily, that woman left already. Otherwise, she'll probably die from heart pain if she understands you." Yang Yi chuckled and vanished into the sky with Snowy in his arms. 2 hours later, Yang Yi and Nanli Ming finally left the mountain range, and there was a door at the end of it. A door that was over 3 kilometers tall and wide. There were countless cracks above the door, and a huge mark from a sword at its center. Nanli Ming spoke softly. "There used to be a very, very powerful restriction there, and it was something those few powers set up together. Even a Limit Breaker realm expert wouldn't be able to break through it, and only the secret tokens they have would be able to open it. However, that sword cultivator broke open the restriction. If he didn't use any external sources of strength, then his strength is really quite terrifying." She glanced at the surroundings and tapped the door. Bang! The door opened, and then she grabbed Yang Ye's shoulder and flashed inside. Right after they entered, a few auras suddenly appeared. However, something flew out of the door. It was a ball of light that emanated seven-colored light, a divine treasure. At the same time, a voice came from within the door. I want to try my luck, so please give me this chance. Please accept my kind intentions. A few moments of silence ensued, and then the divine treasure vanished. At the same time, a voice resounded. Miss Ming, be careful. Don't go too far south. The door closed slowly. On the other side of the door, in a forest, Yang Yi and Nanli Ming were walking side by side. Nanli Ming smiled. See that? Money can do anything. Yang Yi replied indifferently, I thought you were great enough to get through. I didn't expect you to have to pay with a divine treasure. Nanli Ming shook her head. That's what you don't understand. I can just use force, and they won't be able to do anything to me. However, as time passes, would anyone still be willing to do business with me? Reputation is the most important thing to business people. Moreover, a divine treasure won't just buy me a way in. It'll buy me a way out. Trust me, if I encounter any trouble here, so long as it isn't really huge trouble, those fellows would be happy to come help me. It's because they know I won't make them help me for free. She patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. It's a way to deal with things in the world, and you can learn it. Knowing how to be tactful is never a bad thing. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. I see. Nanli Ming glanced at Yang Yi and said, They say you're a madman who loves to kill, but I noticed that besides your bad temper, you're not very difficult to get along with. Sigh, in the end, it's because of that little fellow. Suddenly, Snowy stared at Nanli Ming, and an ethereal axe had appeared in her grasp. Snowy waved the axe repeatedly while staring at Nanli Ming. It was like she was saying, Go on, continue. Obviously, Shed learned that from Yang Yi. Nanli Ming chuckled and didn't say anything. She still had to give the little fellow some face. After all, she didn't want to offend her, or she would have a really depressing time in this place. Suddenly, Snowy looked toward the side, and Nanli Ming's eyes instantly lit up from the sight of this. She immediately started staring at Snowy without blinking. A short while passed before Snowy withdrew her gaze. She glanced at Nanli Ming, and then bent down to whisper something in Yang Yi's ears. Nanli Ming's face immediately darkened. Is the little fellow that vengeful? Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed in the direction that Snowy had gazed just moments ago. There's danger there, but there are treasures too. Nanli Ming asked, How dangerous? Yang Yi replied softly, Very. She smiled. That's very normal. Fortune is always accompanied by danger. Come, let's go have a look and see what's over there. She sped up once she finished speaking. Yang Yi thought for a moment and followed her. No wealth was obtained without risk. They'd unconsciously forgotten something, and it was the direction that the expert outside had told them not to, the south. All along the way, they had vigilant expressions on their faces, even Nanli Ming. Even she didn't dare to be careless in this place. A long time later, they finally stopped, and a river was before them. It was over 100 m wide, and they couldn't see the ends of the river on either side. Both of them fell silent at the sight of it. A river of blood. It wasn't water that filled the river but blood. Suddenly, Yang Yi's figure shook, and then a blood-red saber flashed out of him before entering the river. Bang! The entire river started boiling. Moreover, the sword precursor suddenly left him and entered the river too. In an instant, countless streams of blood surged toward the sword precursor and Invincible. In the river, Invincible was still a saber, but the sword precursor had returned to human form. She bathed within the river and allowed endless blood to surge toward her. Meanwhile, her gaze was on Yang Yi. The sword spirit. The sword spirit had become a sword of slaughter for him. What was the greatest pain for a sword? It was to be unable to keep up with its master. Yang Yi gazed at her, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand. A moment later, a ray of cold light flashed at his wrist. In an instant, countless strands of blood shot out of his wrist and surged toward her. Nanli Ming's eyes narrowed, feeding his sword with his own blood. Chapter 2367 Ascension Platform. Chapter 2367 Ascension Platform, feeding his sword with his own blood. Blood surged incessantly from Yang Yi's wrist into Sword Spirit. In just a short while, Yang Yi had turned pale. Meanwhile, Sword Spirit took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before going down to the river's bottom. Yang Yi lowered his hand. He knew she wanted to grow stronger and continue fighting by his side, and he wanted the same. Regardless of whether it was the sword's supreme, primordial acts of creation, or any other weapon, they weren't as important as the sword precursor to him. It had been by his side throughout his life, and it was the only sword who was willing to become a sword of slaughter for him. As for why he hadn't been using her lately, it wasn't because he felt she was too weak. He was protecting her instead. His enemies were much, much stronger than him, and the slightest mistake may lead to her death. Just like when he was against the founding ancestor of the immortal estate, both the Sword Supreme and Invincible had almost been destroyed. Now, the Sword Spirit had an opportunity to grow stronger, so he naturally intended to help her the best he could. In the river, the blood was gradually vanishing. Yang Yi walked over to Nanli Ming, and she spoke softly. "This river of blood isn't ordinary." Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. "It's the blood of experts." In the past, countless experts perished in this battlefield, and their blood converged into a river. Since this blood remained after so many years, it proved how powerful their former owners were. Your saber and sword will benefit tremendously. Of course, it's the same for you. Suddenly, Snowy waved her paw at Sword Spirit. Nanli Ming gazed at Snowy, while the latter grinned at Sword Spirit and blew. A strand of pure spirit energy surged into the bottom of the river, and then the entire river started to surge. Snowy didn't stop and ceaselessly sent more into her. Nanli Ming had a wisp of shock in her eyes. Sprite Ascension. Everything had its own spirit, and it could be improved, of course. However, most had to rely on themselves to gradually accomplish that. In other words, via cultivation. But Snowy was forcefully accomplishing that. Needless to say, it was heaven-defying. Meanwhile, the blood within the river was still vanishing, and a long time passed before all of it vanished. A sword and a saber shot up into the air from the bottom of the river. In an instant, the sky was blood-red. Yang Yi stretched out his hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. It was invincible. At this moment, it was vastly different from before. Its body was blood-red, and a casual swing carried monstrous blood-red mist. Besides that, holding it felt like he was holding a volcano that was about to erupt, and the powerful energy it contained made even his heart palpitate slightly. A divine treasure. After absorbing the blood in the river, Invincible had finally stopped being a pseudo-divine treasure. Yang Yi put it away and looked up. A blood-red woman was walking over through the sky. It was Sword Spirit. Blood-red hair, a blood-red dress, and like a demon from hell. However, in Yang Yi's eyes, she seemed so familiar and close. Because this demon had only become like this for him. Sword Spirit walked over to Yang Yi, and she touched his face gently. Sword Spirit cracked a smile, but it was quite a horrifying smile. She seemed to have thought of something at this point and gazed at Snowy. The latter blinked while a smile appeared on her little face. Sword Spirit. Snowy and Zir were the first to join Yang Yi. Then it was Sword Spirit. It could be said that they were the earliest to join Yang Yi's group. While Snowy hadn't really come into contact with Sword Spirit much, she still treated Sword Spirit as a friend. So, while Sword Spirit was completely blood-red, Snowy didn't fear her at all. Sword Spirit grinned. "Thank you." Snowy waved her paw to display that it wasn't necessary. Yang Yi smiled, and then he took Sword Spirit's hand. In an instant, Sword Spirit vanished, and a sword appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. It seemed like a sword made of blood. Moreover, as soon as he held it, the remaining blood in his body started to surge. Besides that, he had a strange feeling like the sword was a part of him. Nanli Ming smiled. "Congratulations, two divine treasures." Yang Yi glanced at her and put Sword Spirit back into the primordial pagoda. Both she and the Sword Supreme had their own territory on Void Mountain. After all, they weren't ordinary swords. The sword precursor arrived on the mountain where the Sword Supreme was, and the two of them exchanged glances from afar. A moment later, two rays of light flashed. One good, one evil. Sparring. Yang Yi didn't pay any further attention to them because their spar would be beneficial to both of them. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi spoke softly, "Let's go." Nanli Ming nodded, and they walked toward the river. At the end of the river was a huge circular platform that was over 3 kilometers wide and 1 kilometer tall, and there were countless mysterious symbols inscribed on it. Nanli Ming stared at it. If I'm not wrong, it should be an ascension platform from the primal era. Yang Yi gazed at her. An ascension platform? She nodded slightly. You're from a small world, so you should know that when many experts reach a certain level, they choose to break through the barriers of the world and rise to a higher plane. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Those experts from the primal era wanted to ascend to the eternal dimension? She fell silent for a long time and replied, "Maybe not." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" Nanli Ming shook her head. "The history of that time is too vague. What kind of era was it? What caused the battle? Who was the enemy? All of these are still a mystery." Yang Yi glanced at the platform, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "What can it do?" She replied indifferently, "It's very useful to extraordinary experts, but as for you, it's probably useless, because you're too weak and can't use it at all." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nanli Ming was about to speak when Yang Yi waved his right hand, and he moved the huge platform into the primordial pagoda. Nanli Ming felt speechless. It had been moved to a small mountain on Void Mountain Range. Actually, Yang Yi didn't think too much about it, and just felt that it was very imposing. However, he didn't know that this small action of his would bring endless trouble to him in the future. There was good trouble and bad trouble, of course. "Are you a bandit?" Nanli Ming walked over to him and stared at Yang Yi. She may be greedy for wealth too, but she had her principles. But Yang Yi was a complete and utter bandit. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "In any case, no one wants it, so it doesn't matter that I want it, right?" She withdrew her gaze and replied indifferently, "Don't blame me for not warning you. Everything in this world, and especially divine treasures, come with karma. You may be fine now, but it doesn't mean that you'll be fine in the future." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." He glanced at Snowy and continued, "Will there be any karma if she takes them?" Snowy blinked. "Karma? Is that delicious?" The corners of Nanli Ming's eyes twitched. What kind of karma would a sprite progenitor suffer from? Of course, there would be karma, but it would be good karma. It was like after an ugly man saved a beautiful woman, the woman would only thank him at most. However, if it was a handsome man, she may get together with him. Good or bad karma depended on the person. Nanli Ming shook her head. "Fine, you win." Of course she understood what Yang Yi meant. Snowy would take the karma of all those treasures, and he would take Snowy's karma. Simply speaking, had taken the greatest karma. So why would he worry about smaller ones like that? They continued forward, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a mountain. It was a boundless mountain range that stood before them, and 2 towering mountains were not too far away from them. The towering mountains were like a gateway that kept all outsiders away. They exchanged glances and were about to head inside. Suddenly, Nanli Ming's expression changed drastically, and she grabbed Yang Yi's shoulder and flashed over 300 m away. Bang! Right after they flashed away from there, a huge hole appeared where they'd been standing. Within it was a pitch-black axe. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming looked up, and the 2 mountains had suddenly started moving slowly in their direction. It didn't take long for the ground to start quaking. Between the 2 mountains, a headless man walked out slowly from behind them. Every step he took made the ground and the mountains tremble. He wore armor, was headless, held a huge axe in his right grasp, and was covered in injuries. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming exchanged glances. Suddenly, the headless man leaped up, and it made their expressions change drastically. They retreated again, and as soon as they did, an axe descended to the ground. Boom! The ground collapsed. Yang Yi nudged Nanli Ming and said, "Senior, it's time for you to put on a display of your strength." Nanli Ming gazed at the headless man, nodded, and then withdrew a white leaf. Right when Yang Yi thought she was about to fight the headless man, Nanli Ming vanished soundlessly. Shed vanished without making a sound. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. because he couldn't sense her aura at all, not even a little. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something at this point, and his expression changed drastically. He cursed, "Damn you! You!" Yang Yi's voice stopped abruptly because the headless man was in front of him, and the huge axe which seemed capable of splitting the world arrived with him. Chapter 2368 Stop. Chapter 2368 Stop. How could Yang Yi dare to act carelessly? However, he didn't choose to go head-on against the axe. He tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and moved to the side. At the same time, a blood-red sword stabbed at the headless man's shoulder. But Yang Yi seemed to have underestimated the headless man's reaction speed. At the instant his axe missed, the headless man's axe had swept horizontally, and it was so powerful that Yang Yi felt suffocated. If it struck him, even his body would be transformed into mush. He didn't dare take it head-on. Yang Yi tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and floated around 30 m back. Hiss! The axe missed, and then the headless man stomped his right foot down. Bang! The ground collapsed. At the same time, he relied on the counterforce to leap up and instantly arrive before Yang Yi while his axe chopped down at Yang Yi. It was simply capable of chopping open the world. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stomped his right foot down. Hiss! Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that moved 300 m back while he slowly raised his blood-red sword with both hands. The headless man hurled the huge axe at Yang Yi. It tore through the air and blasted open everything before it. Slash! As soon as Yang Yi said that, his sword descended. The sword domain. 2 swings. As soon as the second swing descended, a rumbling explosion resounded. Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer back. As for the axe, it flew back to the headless man's grasp. However, it wasn't that easy for him to catch either. At the instant he grabbed it, the headless man had been pushed over 300 m back as he dispersed the force within the axe. But just a moment later, the headless man charged at Yang Yi again. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light flashed. Flying blades. 2 golden flying blades. The headless man didn't even attempt to dodge the flying blades. He swung his axe horizontally and blasted them away, but 3 swords shot over like bolts of lightning from behind the flying blades. The headless man still didn't dodge and swung the axe swiftly. Bang! 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 3 swords were blasted away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before the headless man, and a ray of blood-red sword energy descended. The headless man immediately raised his huge axe against it. Bang! They immediately split apart upon colliding, and both of them were pushed back. Suddenly, 2 flying blades and 3 swords flashed, and they shot toward the headless man's weak points. The headless man had just stopped himself when he swiftly swung his axe. Bang! A wave of powerful light rippled out of the axe, and it blasted Yang Yi's flying blades and swords to where they'd come from. Moreover, the headless man suddenly took a step forward and swung his axe at Yang Yi from afar. A powerful aura immediately locked onto Yang Yi. Hiss! The space before the headless man suddenly cracked open, and it was like cloth which had been sliced open by a sword. The world was split open before the axe. Yang Yi's expression changed from the sight of this. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming's voice resounded in his mind. Watch out! It's the strength of 2 worlds. 2 worlds? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think about it. He grabbed the sword precursor with both hands while his profound primal energy surged madly into his arms. A moment later, he swung it down with both hands. The sword domain. 3 swings. Yang Yi didn't dare to hold back at all when facing this attack, and he immediately swung his sword 3 times with the sword domain. It could slice open the world. However, as soon as it descended, his expression changed drastically, and then his figure was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, a huge expanse of the ground behind him started to collapse. The headless man was absolutely strong. Yang Yi looked up at the headless man. The man's strength was absolutely formidable, especially that last attack. It could be said that if it was before, when he was still at the true Dao realm, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. Even now, he was barely able to accomplish that. Suddenly, the headless man's axe shot through the air at Yang Yi. Hiss! The space in a huge area between them instantly turned ethereal. The strength of two worlds in a single axe. Meanwhile, Nanli Meng's voice resounded in Yang Yi's head. Fight! Fight with all you've got. If you're able to last 100 rounds against him, then ordinary Limit Breaker Realm experts will be no threat to you. Fight! A ferocious smile curled up on Yang Yi's lips. His desire to fight had been aroused. Since he advanced from the true Tao realm, he hadn't truly fought to his heart's content. Now, he wanted to fight. Bang! A powerful wave of sword intent swept out of Yang Yi, and then a sword howl resounded as a sword stabbed at the axe. Boom! As soon as they collided, the sword energy was blasted back. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared behind the headless man. Backstab! Yang Yi hadn't used it for a very, very long time. Now, he was using it again. There were no weak techniques, only weak users. His current strength couldn't be compared to the test, and backstab's might couldn't be compared to the past either. A speck of cold light stabbed at the headless man's back, but it missed. It missed. Yang Yi turned around immediately and swung his sword. Meanwhile, a fist slammed against his stomach. Bang! Yang Yi's body curled up as it flew back. The headless man stretched out his hand and gestured, and the axe behind Yang Yi immediately shot at his back. It was going straight for the back of his head. Yang Yi didn't turn around. He just issued a command in his heart and 3 swords swiftly shot out of the sword gourd. They immediately transformed into 3 rays of golden light that slammed against the axe. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded behind Yang Yi, and Yang Yi shot at the headless man. The headless man took a step forward, clenched his right fist, and slammed it forward. Bang! The space around the headless man's fist was obliterated. The strength within it hadn't leaked out at all, and all of it was converged within the fist. It carried the strength of 2 worlds. As soon as Yang Yi's sword descended upon the fist, it trembled violently and curved into a strange arc. If the sword precursor hadn't risen to the ranks of divine treasures, this punch would have shattered it. Bang! The powerful force of it blasted Yang Yi away. Yang Yi's feet were dragged against the ground as the force pushed him back, and it went on for a few breaths of time before Yang Yi suddenly stabbed his sword into the ground. Hiss! Yang Yi finally stopped. A wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the headless man squatted down, and Yang Yi's eyelids twitched from the sight of this. What is that fellow doing? A moment later, the headless man stomped his feet down, and he slammed his axe at Yang Yi. Axe fusion. A powerful aura locked onto Yang Yi. At this moment, he couldn't dodge at all, and the aura was suffocating. Face it. He could only face it head-on. Yang Yi took a deep breath as he slowly placed the sword precursor against his forehead while his profound primal energy and profound energy surged madly into his sword. Moreover, the veins on his arms had started to bulge. Physical strength. Besides that, endless sword intent and slaughter intent swept out from within him. In the end, all of it surged into the sword in his grasp. The axe arrived. Yang Yi stabbed the sword precursor forward with both hands. The sword domain. 1 swing. A second swing. A third swing. After the third swing, he swung again. 4 swings. As soon as the 4th swing was completed, Yang Yi's body cracked open. Especially his arms. They cracked open in layers. FUL. See his ultimate attack. This could be considered as his strongest attack while not relying on external sources of strength like the sword gourd and soul-devouring technique. Head truly put his all in this attack. All 4 attacks overlapped. Bang! A figure was blasted away. It wasn't Yang Yi but the headless man. The headless man was blasted to the distant mountain, and when he descended to the ground, the powerful force of the collision still pushed him backward repeatedly. In the end, his body slammed against the mountain wall and finally stopped. Once he stopped, the axe in his grasp shattered into pieces. Yang Yi was in a worse state. As soon as he finished swinging those 4 attacks, his body collapsed. Countless strands of blood were seeping out incessantly from him, and they instantly bathed him in blood. It was his full strength that was behind that attack. For overlapped swings of the sword domain could rival the strength of two worlds. However, his body couldn't endure such strength, so the consequence of forcefully using it was the collapse of his body. If his body hadn't been tempered and enhanced by the Dragon Ball of the primal true dragon, that attack would have been enough to make his body shatter completely to the point even his soul would have been destroyed. Yang Yi laid there on the ground while his primordial violet energy ceaselessly repaired his body. As for the eternal energy, it remained completely silent. Suddenly, the headless man charged at Yang Yi. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble violently as if it was an earthquake. It was absolutely shocking. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed out of Yang Yi, and it dispersed to reveal Snowy. Snowy clenched her paws as she gazed at the headless man. She was slightly nervous and afraid, but she couldn't run. Yang Yi was behind her. The headless man was growing closer and closer. Right when he arrived around 30 m away, Snowy suddenly spat out countless eternal immortal crystals. There were many of them, and they were different than normal eternal immortal crystals. They had been made by her with primordial violet energy, so ordinary eternal immortal crystals couldn't compare to them at all. Meanwhile, the headless man stopped. Snowy pointed at the crystals, and then pointed at the headless man. She was saying that they were his, so just stop fighting. Meanwhile, she placed her other paw behind her back. There was an ethereal axe in it. The headless man just stood there. Chapter 2369 She's Invincible. Chapter 2369 She's Invincible. Snowy gazed at the headless man while holding tightly to the primordial axe of creation behind her. Shed decided that if negotiations broke down, she would swing the axe. The headless man ignored the pile of eternal immortal crystals and stretched out his hand at Snowy instead. No one knew what he was trying to convey. Snowy blinked, hesitated for a moment, and then withdrew more crystals and pushed it toward him. The headless man stood there for quite some time. In the end, he turned around and left. Snowy seemed visibly relieved from this, and then she went over to Yang Yi. She was stunned when she saw Yang Yi, and she immediately tossed the axe away and started crying while hugging him. Countless strands of spirit energy seeped out of her eyes. Yang Yi rubbed her little head and spoke softly, "I am fine, don't cry." Snowy didn't listen to him and just kept rubbing her head against his chest. Yang Yi felt quite helpless toward this. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming went over to his side, glanced at Snowy, and then gazed at Yang Yi. "How do you feel?" Yang Yi replied indifferently, "I'll survive." Nanli Ming chuckled. As expected of primordial violet energy, such heavy injuries have actually been healed to such an extent in just this short amount of time. Yang Yi ignored her and closed his eyes. Nanli Ming glanced at the surroundings and said, "Based on my estimations, your full strength should possess the strength to break the limits of a world. As for that headless man, his cultivation is at the limit breaker realm, at the very least, it is now. However, he possesses the strength of two worlds. There's a difference in strength even amongst limit breaker realm experts." Yang Yi asked, "How are they divided?" Nanli Ming smiled. Limit breaker realm experts possess the strength of a world, or to be more precise, they possess the strength to destroy a world. The strength of two worlds represents possessing the strength to destroy two worlds. Simply speaking, the limit breaker realm is divided into 5 smaller realms: 1 world, 2 world, 3 world, 4 world, and 5 world. After the 5-world realm, it's a whole different world. There should be no experts above the 5-world realm in Eternal Border. These experts are either in the Eternal Dimension or dead in the Eternal River, because attaining such strength represents that their lifespan is almost fully exhausted. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Can limit breaker realm experts really destroy a world? Of course not. Nanli Ming smiled. Actually, it's exaggerated. For example, if any limit breaker realm expert could destroy Eternal Border, then wouldn't it be too weak? The limit breaker realm represents the ability to truly destroy the space of this world. For example, if you use your full strength, you can transform this entire area into a void without any matter, right? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Nanli Ming nodded slightly. That's true destruction, destruction that makes a place unable to repair itself. As for the difference in strength amongst Limit Breaker Realm experts, let me make a comparison. A one-world realm expert can instantly destroy everything in an area of 500 kilometers here, and a two-world realm expert would be able to destroy everything in 1,500 kilometers. As for three-world realm experts, they are even more terrifying. She glanced at Yang Yi and continued, the Freedom Sect, Creation Sect, Immortality Sect, and Longevity Sect have Limit Breaker Realm experts, and they are being managed by one-world realm experts. As for the experts of their sects, the two-world realm experts, they've gone to the Eternal River. Only two-world realm experts have the right to enter the Eternal River, while one-world realm experts don't. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he gazed at her. How strong was Tian Xiu? Nanli Ming fell silent. Yang Yi gazed at her. He knew that she knew a lot. A long time passed before she gazed at Yang Yi. You really want to know? Yang Yi nodded. Please. She replied softly. Her true strength surpasses the two-world realm. Perhaps she's at the three-world realm, or even higher. She shook her head at this point. Perhaps you're unaware, but she has always been suppressing her cultivation. Suppressing her cultivation. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Why? She laughed bitterly. Because she's really very strong. Yang Yi replied, I don't understand. Nanli Ming said, metal must be tempered thousands of times, and only then can it be made into a sharp sword. Tell me, if a sword couldn't endure the pain and loneliness, and it left the furnace in advance, then what would happen? Yang Yi fell silent. Nanli Ming continued, she's using her body as a furnace to make herself into a peerless sword. She's like a volcano. The longer it accumulates and remains suppressed, the more terrifying it would be when it erupts. Actually, I investigated her intentionally, and if it wasn't because of the Void Spirit race, she would have been renowned a long time ago. She was actually very well known all those years ago, too. Unfortunately, she vanished in the end, causing her to be gradually forgotten by the experts of all the worlds, including Eternal Border. She paused for a moment and continued. The patriarch of the Undying race is amazing as well. Just like her, he was tied down by his own race. Otherwise, Yang Yi suddenly started laughing. As he laughed and laughed, 2 rows of tears gradually flowed down his face. She was alive. Based on what Nanli Ming told him, he knew that Tian Xiu was alive. The invincible Tian Xiu was alive. Nanli Ming gazed at Yang Yi, who was lying on the ground, and said, she is alive, but she has left Eternal Border. She can deal with those powers of Eternal Border for you, but she won't. Do you know why? Yang Yi gazed at her. To temper me? Not at all. Nanli Ming walked over to Yang Yi. She thinks very highly of you. Very, very highly. However, she'll go further and further in the future. She'll go very far, and she hopes that you exist on her future path. The path of the strong is always one that is threaded alone. It isn't one that someone clears out for you. You must thread your own path. She won't clear it out for you. She detonated Netherworld destiny to tell you that you must walk on your own path, and you must rely on yourself for everything. Backing will die and fall. Understand? Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. In his mind, it was the figure of that petite little girl who looked down upon the world. Meanwhile, Snowy, who was lying on Yang Yi's chest, suddenly rubbed her eyes and gazed at Nanli Ming, and then she pointed at herself. Obviously, she was asking if Tian Xiu had anything to say to her. Nanli Ming glanced at Snowy and said, in my records, there are 10 formidable physiques, and anyone who possesses one of them will become an extraordinary overlord who goes down in history. Now, I have to add a new one. Do you know what it is? Snowy blinked. Obviously, she was asking what it was. Nanli Ming gazed at Snowy and spoke seriously. The invincible cute body. It's more special than any other physique. She doesn't need to fight because countless experts would be willing to fight for her. All things, people, sprites, and practically everything else must give her some face. She's the only existence in the world who does not fear tribulations of destiny because they do not work on her. And she's the only existence who does not fear karma because there's only good karma for her. In any case, She's absolutely invincible. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi. She didn't quite understand Nanli Ming. Yang Yi rubbed her little head. In any case, you're really amazing. Snowy cracked a smile, and then she rubbed her head against Yang Yi's chin. Nanli Ming shook her head and sighed. The sprite progenitor shouldn't be like this. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at her. What are those 10 great physiques you spoke of? She replied, You know your lover, in Nanjing? Yang Yi nodded. What about her? Nanli Ming replied, She possesses one of them, the martial god physique. In theory, she's the most terrifying. In Nanjing, Yang Yi took a deep breath and asked, Do you know where she is? They'll give you a divine treasure in exchange. She shook her head. I would like to know. Unfortunately, no one knows where she is right now. I paid a good amount of money to deduce her whereabouts. But do you know what happened? That 2-world realm expert almost died from the backlash. What do you mean? Yang Yi frowned. She explained. I mean she's being concealed from the heavens, and the person doing that is very, very strong. Extremely strong. Yang Yi's frown deepened. You don't have to worry about her. Nanli Ming spoke indifferently. Based on her natural talent, experts will be fighting over her like she's a treasure no matter where she goes. You're better off worrying about yourself. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. Just as Shed said, instead of worrying about in Nanjing, he should be worried about himself. And Nanjing had both strength and luck that were definitely better than him. Moreover, she would be even better off while not by his side. Staying with him came with a huge pile of trouble. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Nanli Ming. One last question. What physique do I possess? Or perhaps is my physique part of those 10 physiques? She glanced at him. No, but if there are 10 lousiest physiques, then you will definitely be at the top. Right, the misfortune physique. Misfortune and death follows wherever you go. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A short while later, Yang Yi returned to the primordial pagoda to heal. He was only fully healed after staying in the primordial pagoda for a few days, but only a few hours had passed in the world outside. They continued forward. Yang Yi and Nanli Feng went through the mountains. Behind them was a gorge that stretched for over 300 m wide and was bottomless. When they looked up, all they could see was a corner of the sky. They hadn't gone far when Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and Nanli Ming gazed at him with bewilderment. What is it? Yang Yi didn't answer her. He looked ahead, and there was an old man in linen clothes there. The old man had a small bamboo chest on his back and a bamboo in his right hand. At the top of the bamboo was a white piece of cloth, and on the cloth was 2 pitch-black characters. Fairness. The old man walked swiftly in Yang Yi and Nanli Ming's direction, and he muttered as he walked, Strange, how strange. Such an expert in the sword Tao appeared in a tiny place like Eternal Border. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't. It didn't take long for him to arrive before Yang Yi and Nanli Ming. Right when he was about to pass by, the old man stopped abruptly and gazed at Yang Yi. You can see me? Meanwhile, Snowy gazed at the bamboo chest the old man carried, and her eyes were spinning about. No one knew what she was thinking. However, a chill ran down Yang Yi's spine. Favorite. Chapter 23 70 Ordinary Sword. Chapter 23 70 Ordinary Sword. The old man asked again, You can see me? Yang Yi grinned. Senior, are you joking? He gazed at Nanli Ming and said, You can't see him? Nanli Ming looked before Yang Yi, but it was empty there. She gazed at him and frowned. She felt a little unhappy. After all, she felt that Yang Yi was playing some sort of tricks. However, when she saw Snowy's gaze, her expression finally changed. Snowy's gaze told her that there was someone there, but she couldn't see the person. A 2-world realm expert like her couldn't see the person. Suddenly, the old man's gaze descended onto Snowy, and then his eyes lit up. Isn't this a sprite progenitor? Not yet, but soon. Strange, truly strange. I actually encountered a sprite progenitor here. TSK, TSK. Snowy blinked. While she was looking at the old man, her gaze frequently shot toward the small bamboo chest behind him. Meanwhile, the old man gazed at Yang Yi. sized him up, and said, "Besides that sword sheath and the eternal energy seed within you, there's nothing to my liking that you possess. Right? This little fellow is very good. Are you willing to sell her?" Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. How could he possibly sell Snowy? At the same time, he became slightly vigilant. The old man was too mysterious. The old man grinned and glanced at Yang Yi. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I have a few treasures that are perfect for you. Do you want to buy them?" Yang Yi hadn't even said anything when Snowy hurriedly nodded, and then she gazed at the old man so that he would hurry up and reveal them. The old man glanced at Snowy and put down the bamboo chest. He withdrew a small sword from within it. It was just palm-sized and completely pitch black. Based on its outward appearance, there was nothing special about it. But Snowy's eyes had lit up. The old man said, "This sword is called the Myriad Law Sword. Don't underestimate it for its size. It contains a myriad of laws, including the laws of the Heaven Tao from eternal dimension. As for its might, I'm not exaggerating when I say only 2 swords in these myriads of universes can compete with it." Yang Yi unconsciously asked, "Which 2?" The old man replied, "One is called Executor. Its strength reigns supreme over the ages, and even destiny fears it. Unfortunately, it had to sigh. Its soul was shattered, and even its spirit was forcefully wiped out. Now, even I don't know where it is, and I can only wonder how much its soul and spirit have recovered." Executor. Yang Yi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Isn't that the #1 sword of the eternal dimension? Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "What about the other sword?" The old man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. "Do you know what sword has been the strongest since the ancient times?" Yang Yi shook his head. The old man smiled. "The ordinary sword." Yang Yi was puzzled, huh? The old man smiled. "No matter what sword it is, if its owner isn't strong, it is just a sword. But if its owner is strong, then even an ordinary sword can kill emperors and annihilate gods." He couldn't help but look back at this point, and he said, "That sword is already showing signs of becoming an ordinary sword." Yang Yi glanced behind the old man and asked, "What sword?" The old man shook his head. "It's nothing. Fellow Taoist, will you buy this sword?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "What's the price?" The old man grinned. "You have 3 ways to obtain it. Firstly, that sheath and eternal energy within you. Secondly, that little fellow of yours." His gaze descended onto Snowy at this point. Meanwhile, Snowy's gaze was on the bamboo chest. Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, "What about the third?" The old man withdrew his gaze and looked at Yang Yi. "The third is a strand of your soul." A strand of his soul. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Forget it." The old man sighed softly. "Fellow Taoist, allow me to be honest. Your soul really isn't worth much. I'm being absolutely honest when I saw that this is quite a losing deal for me. However, out of consideration that you're able to make a sprite progenitor willingly stay by your side, that's the only reason I'm willing to make this bet. I'm being serious. I'm prepared to lose my investment." Yang Yi smiled and said, "As you said, the best sword in the world is an ordinary sword, and I think that makes a lot of sense. If a sword cultivator is strong, then even a branch can kill gods." The old man glanced at him and said, "The ordinary sword isn't so easily accomplished. Even I can't explain everything about it. However, since you refuse to buy it, I won't force you." He put the sword back into the small bamboo chest. Meanwhile, Snowy blinked while slowly clenching her paws. The old man glanced at Nanli Ming, who had a solemn expression on her face. He was about to move his gaze away when he suddenly glanced at the thick scroll in her grasp. Interesting. He sized up Nanli Ming again. She has quite great aspirations, and her path is very special too. It's very interesting. Pass her a message from me. Don't try to force anything, for forcing something is obsession, and obsession comes in shades of both good and bad. A single hindered thought may destroy everything. He was about to leave once he finished speaking. Suddenly, Snowy placed her paw on the small bamboo chest. The old man gazed at Snowy. "What are you doing?" Snowy blinked and cracked a smile. She patted the small bamboo chest, and then it instantly trembled as if something wanted to escape from it. Snowy blinked swiftly a few times. and then spat out a mouthful of pure spirit energy. A short while later, it started trembling even more violently. The old man's expression changed, and he shot far backward. He gazed vigilantly at Snowy. "Little fellow, what are you trying to do?" Snowy blinked, pointed at it, and then pointed at herself. She wanted the bamboo chest. She wanted it. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The old man had a weird expression on his face. "It's mine." Snowy glanced at it, pointed at the bamboo chest, and then pointed at herself and the old man. Obviously, she was telling the old man to let it choose. "Choose my ass." The old man jumped with rage. "Why don't you take out your treasures and let them choose?" The old man's expression immediately changed drastically when he said that, and he was about to flee. However, Snowy had hurriedly withdrawn the sword sheath and primordial axe of creation. She placed them before the old man, and then pointed at the old man before pointing at herself. Obviously, she was telling them to choose. Yang Yi really wanted to laugh. Isn't that cheating? Sure enough, both of them didn't hesitate to choose Snowy. Snowy grinned, put them away, and then gazed at the old man to display that it was his turn. The old man suddenly slapped himself on the forehead and spoke with dejection. What a mistake! What a foolish mistake! Very few in the world knew what the old man's Tao was, but those who'd come into contact with him knew that he attached great importance to fairness, very great importance indeed. When he made trades with people, it was a one-for-one exchange. Even if he had the strength to take it by force, he wouldn't if the other party was unwilling. Fairness. Because of what Head said, Snowy had very fairly withdrawn her treasures, and they'd chosen her. Now, it was his turn. Actually, nothing would have happened if Head immediately left once Snowy touched the bamboo chest. But he hadn't, and that was what he regretted the most. Leave now? It was too late. Snowy stared at the old man, causing a chill to run down his spine. Actually, Head been very vigilant against Snowy, and so Head isolated everything within the bamboo chest from being able to sense her. However, once she touched it, all of that was useless. The old man was very conflicted, extremely conflicted. Reveal his treasures? He knew what the outcome would be. A sprite progenitor was too attractive, but if he didn't reveal them, it would go against his heart. After all, Snowy had done so fairly. A short while later, the old man sighed. Fairness? I think everything in this world should follow that. The world would be at peace if both the strong and the weak followed it. He withdrew a white jade bottle and an earthen yellow scroll from the bamboo chest. As soon as they appeared, they flew over to Snowy, and Snowy grabbed them in her arms while cracking a smile. But just a short while later, she restrained her smile and placed them within the primordial pagoda. After that, she gazed at the bamboo chest behind the old man. When he saw this, Yang Yi knew that the bamboo chest was the true treasure. See, the old man's lips twitched when he noticed Snowy's gaze. He shook his head and gazed at Yang Yi. Within that bottle is divine dew. Actually, it's the blood and soul of an expert. Let me put it like this. If you allow that sword and saber of slaughter within you to absorb it, their quality will instantly rise a level higher. However, the blood of a god is too strong, so if it enters that sword of slaughter, its spirit will be eliminated. So, decide for yourself. Besides that, it has many other uses. For example, it can improve your body. His blood is much, much better than the blood of a true dragon. No matter how strong you grow, that blood will still be an absolute treasure to you for the next 10 years. He paused for a moment and continued. As for that scroll, it's called the Myriad World Diagram. An almighty expert once condensed a myriad of worlds within it. Actually, it's just a map, but it's no ordinary map. In any case, no matter where you wish to go, you go get there with a swish by using it. Of course, it's best if you don't go to some places. Besides that, it has another function, and it's world locking. When you engage someone in battle and don't want that person to escape, you can use this diagram to lock the person within your diagram. It's more than enough to trap a 4-world realm expert. Of course, the precondition is that you can defeat such an expert. He sighed softly at this point. I've really made a huge loss today. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Snowy obstructed his path, pointed at herself, and pointed at the small bamboo chest. The bamboo chest was trembling incessantly behind the old man. The old man stomped his right foot down. Seriously, why did I have to encounter a bandit like you? Ugh. He patted the bamboo chest, and then 2 green fruits appeared before Snowy. Here, take it. It's free. My lord, you're my great lord. Stop tempting those little fellows. See you again. No, I hope we never see each other again. The old man vanished into thin air. Chapter 2371 Nothing. Chapter 2371 Nothing. Snowy was quite stunned as she held the 2 fruits in her paws. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her. Snowy put the fruits aside and started waving her claws swiftly, growing increasingly excited over time. But in the end, it was dejection that covered her face. An absolute treasure. Snowy was telling him that the bamboo chest was a great treasure. A very, very good one. The best shed ever seen. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and spoke softly. We've gained a lot already, haven't we? Snowy was still quite dejected because it had been communicating with her. In other words, it was willing to choose her. But it didn't take long for Snowy's gaze to fall on the fruits. Meanwhile, Oxy, the primal true dragon, an area left Yang Ye's body. The dragon stared at the fruit while burning desire and greed was clearly visible in its eyes. Oxy was staring at them too. However, it held back a little and frequently gazed at Snowy. It was very well aware that Snowy was the fruit's owner. As for Area, she was better than both of them. She grabbed one of them and started sizing it up. Snowy wasn't infuriated by this because she was very close with Area. Every time Area had a Tonghulu, she would let Snowy have a few licks, so they always had Tonghulu together. They were very close. Wang Area sized it up for a long time and said, "This fruit is very good." She passed it to Snowy. Snowy blinked and then passed it back to her. Obviously, she was giving it to Area. Area shook her head. "It's yours. It's a treasure, so you eat it." Snowy glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at Area, and then passed it to Area again. Area shook her head and spoke very seriously. "It's really very good. So you have it." Snowy thought for a moment, and then she took a bite before passing it to Area. Area thought for a moment and took a bite too. Oxy and the primal true dragon's eyes almost popped out. Especially the dragon. It was even drooling. That was dragon saliva. A short while later, Snowy seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Oxy, causing the latter to become nervous. Snowy thought for a moment, gazed at the fruit, and then pulled. The fruit was split into 2, but it didn't seem to be enough. So, Snowy put them together and pulled again. For pieces. The fruit had been turned into 4 pieces. Snowy gave Area 1 and Oxy 1. At this moment, Oxy was trembling with happiness. At this moment, it wouldn't hesitate to do anything Snowy asked of it. As for the last 2 pieces, Snowy gazed at the primal true dragon. It instantly became nervous. Snowy hesitated for a moment and passed one to the primal true dragon. It gulped, gazed at Snowy, and then pointed at the fruit. It was asking if it was really for it. Snowy tossed it over to the primal true dragon, and the latter grabbed it immediately. However, it glanced at Snowy. Snowy still had one more fruit. Snowy gazed at it, and then suddenly vanished. She entered the primordial pagoda, or to be more precise, shed gone to Zir. She cracked a smile and passed it to Zir. Zir was stunned. A short while later, Zir rubbed Snowy's head and said, "You have it." Snowy shook her head and started waving her paws. She was telling Zir that it was very, very useful to her. Actually, Zir had sensed it. As soon as she saw the fruit, she knew that it could take her to an unprecedented height. She gazed at Snowy, and her heart felt really warm as she gazed at the mischievous little fellow before her. She took the fruit, split it in half, and gave half to Snowy. "Well, share it. All right?" Snowy thought for a moment and nodded. After that, she took it and left the primordial pagoda. Zir took a small bite, and its juices flowed within her. In an instant, her body shook violently, and then countless strands of violet light surged out around her. At the same time, her aura rose explosively. Outside the primordial pagoda, Snowy went over to Yang Yi. She pointed at the fruit, pointed at Yang Yi, and then waved her paw. She was saying that it wouldn't help Yang Yi at all. Yang Yi rubbed her little head and smiled. It's fine. You eat it. Snowy shook her head instead. She raised her paw, and there were 2 pitch-black seeds in her grasp. She cracked a smile at Yang Yi and placed them in the rear mountains of the sword sect within the primordial pagoda. From this moment onward, Snowy had another job every day, and it was to nourish the seeds with spirit energy. Not only with the spirit energy from her, but primordial violet energy too. As for the other half, Snowy didn't eat it, nor did she give it away. She hid it away somewhere even Yang Yi didn't know, and he didn't know what she planned to do with it either. The primal true dragon, Oxy, and Wang area exchanged glances after they consumed their share of the fruit. In the end, the primal true dragon and Oxy returned to the rear mountains in the primordial pagoda, and then powerful auras swept out from there. RWO. Calm as for area, she seemed very calm. However, Yang Yi could sense that changes were occurring within her. However, it wasn't as obvious as the dragon and Oxy. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming suddenly asked, "Is he gone?" Yang Yi gazed at her and nodded. She said, "Then let's go." As she spoke, she walked off toward the depths of the gorge. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, "Don't you want to know who it was?" She smiled. "He only allowed you to see him, so that represents that it's your fortune. Thus, what's the point of me finding out?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "He asked me to pass you a message." Nanli Ming was quite curious. "What?" Yang Yi replied, "He said your aspirations are great, and your path is very special and interesting too. Besides that, he said you shouldn't try to force things too much, because forcing something is obsession, and obsession comes in shades of both good and bad. A single hindered thought may destroy everything. Do not obsess." Nanli Ming closed her eyes slowly, and a long time passed before she opened them again. She gazed at the entrance of the gorge and said, "Thank you." As she spoke, she gazed at Yang Yi. Congratulations. Obviously, Yang Yi had obtained a very, very huge amount of benefits. Yang Yi smiled. It was all thanks to Snowy. I wouldn't have been able to get anything without her. Nanli Ming glanced at Snowy, who was snoring on Yang Ye's shoulder. Snowy was just lying there on Yang Ye's shoulder with her arms around his neck. It was like she was hanging from him. She felt very safe like that. Up until now, Nanli Ming still couldn't figure out why a sprite progenitor would rely on Yang Yi so much. Moreover, Yang Yi was even someone who killed a lot. Actually, when someone was in their most difficult moment, it's also the time they remember kindness most easily, even if it was just a small kindness. Snowy had met Yang Yi at her darkest moment, so she stayed with him forever. They continued forward. The gorge was huge, and they finally walked out of it around an hour later. At this moment, the sky had darkened. The veil of night descended. There was no moonlight, and the world was covered in darkness. Snowy had sensed a good treasure, and it was up ahead. Actually, Snowy was quite disinterested now. Her mind was filled with the small bamboo chest. It wasn't that the chest itself was very good, but there were numerous treasures within it. Nanli Ming glanced at the surroundings and said, "Let's stop here." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She glanced into the distance. Ghosts roam at night. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. They sat down at the exit of the gorge, and Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. The blood of a god. Yang Yi withdrew the white jade bottle and the myriad world diagram. His gaze descended on the blood. Give it to Invincible and the sword precursor? Had thought of it, but it only took a moment for him to abandon that thought. While it could improve them, he hadn't forgotten what the old man had told him. It would destroy their spirits. Even Invincible had a spirit. It was the vengeful spirits, of course. After he abandoned that thought, Yang Yi opened the bottle. There were 5 drops of blood within it, dark red drops of blood. Consume 1? Meanwhile, Sword Scroll appeared by his side. She glanced at them. It's best if you don't consume them for now. It's not ordinary. If you can't endure their strength, you won't just be unable to improve your strength, you may destroy yourself. Yang Yi nodded. The energy within the blood made even his heart palpitate slightly. Simply speaking, his intuition told him that he would suffer terribly if he consumed the blood. But it was best for him to remain at his prime in this damnable place. Besides that, He had to stay vigilant against Nanli Ming. He didn't want to fall into a trap. Suddenly, Sword Scroll said, "Go to Bai Jixian." Yang Yi was about to ask when she left. He hesitated for a moment and went to Bai Zixian's mountain, Immortal Radiance Peak. It was a name Bai Jixian had given it. In a palace, a wave of fragrance assaulted him as soon as he entered the hall. Yang Yi walked inside, and there was a large bath deep within it. A woman was lying silently in the pool. It was Bai Jixian. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Give me a moment." He left the primordial pagoda and gazed at Nanli Ming, who was seated cross-legged nearby. "I'm going inside to cultivate for a while. They'll leave our safety to you." He immediately entered the primordial pagoda once he finished speaking. At the side of the pool, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and his clothes vanished. Meanwhile, Bai Jixian suddenly stood up. She had nothing on her. Chapter 2372, 36 Yin-Yang Techniques. Mutual Cultivation. The world was divided into Yin and Yang, and all things had their counterpart. If there was Yin, there was Yang, and the union of Yin and Yang was a type of Grand Tao too. In the beginning, it wasn't very smooth, but they grew more and more proficient as time passed. Many positions appeared in Bai Zixian's mind, and they were called Yin-Yang techniques in the Yin-Yang sect. There were a total of 36 of them, and they were fuchsia, pushing the cart, seated on a lotus, descending the mountain. Each had their own benefits. In the beginning, Bai Jixian wasn't very proficient in these techniques, but as they grew more and more into it, it didn't take long for those positions to be used, one after the other. As for Yang Yi, had experienced a different kind of pleasure. It was something impossible to describe with words. 2 hours later, Yang Yi laid by the pool, and Bai Jixian was in his arms. The pool was in a mess. Bai Zixian's face was quite rose as if she's been drinking. Yang Yi rubbed something in his right hand as he spoke softly. Fate is truly miraculous. When he arrived at Eternal Dimension, Head almost killed her, and Shed almost killed him. But in the blink of an eye, they had become an intimate pair. Many people didn't think much of the relationship between men and women on their path of cultivation, and countless engaged in one night stands to gain what they wanted. But Yang Yi refused to do that. Since Head chosen to be with someone, it was forever. Bai Jixian spoke softly in his arms. Actually, I really miss the days in Eternal Village. Eternal Village. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Actually, he missed it a little too. In that place, he didn't have to think about anything, and he felt no pressure. It was very peaceful. Moreover, he missed the people there like Butcher, the slovenly old man, Auntie Veg, and Wang Aria's grandfather. Suddenly, Bai Jixian sat on Yang Yi, smiled seductively, and said, "There's a move in my technique called Beauty Plays the Flute. Would you like to try it?" Yang Yi was stunned. Meanwhile, Bai Jixian suddenly slid down, and then her head went underwater. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. 2 hours later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Outside the primordial pagoda, there was a bonfire not too far away from Nanli Ming. She glanced at Yang Yi. "Cultivating?" Yang Yi nodded. "Cultivating?" Actually, it wasn't wrong. While they had been mutually cultivating, Head gained from it. The Yin-Yang sect was a top-rate sect during the Primal Era. So, their cultivation technique was definitely not something ordinary. Even though the mutual cultivation hadn't allowed him to instantly advance in his realm of cultivation, it had improved his cultivation. Moreover, it was quite an increase too. According to what he thought, he should engage in more mutual cultivation. He was certain that it wouldn't be long before he attained the true world realm. Nanli Ming ignored Yang Yi. She sat cross-legged and ceaselessly read the scroll before her. Yang Yi asked, "You wrote this?" "Yes." Nanli Ming spoke softly without looking up. Yang Yi said, "What's in it?" Nanli Ming glanced at him and said, "One divine treasure." Yang Yi closed his eyes as if he hadn't asked. She chuckled. "Let me tell you that even 100 divine treasures won't be able to buy this in the future." Yang Yi shrugged and didn't say anything in response. Silence ensued. A long time later, a ray of brilliant sword energy flashed through the sky. It shot up into the clouds and tore through the sky. The sword howl drew both Yang Yi and Nanli Ming's gazes. They exchanged glances, and then they stood up and rushed in that direction. It's that sword cultivator. As they traveled, Nanli Meng spoke solemnly, that sword cultivator who broke open this place's restrictions. She suddenly stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. If I'm not wrong, the experts of those powers are definitely in here. While their target is that sword cultivator, they will definitely attack you if they see you. So, obviously, she was telling him to find a way to conceal himself. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he covered himself in a black robe. While he didn't fear ordinary Limit Breaker Realm experts, they had many experts together. If he encountered all of them, he would definitely suffer. When he had sufficient strength, he didn't have to keep a low profile, but when he didn't have sufficient strength, it was best to do so. Only a fool wouldn't keep a low profile when he didn't have sufficient strength. Nanli Ming nodded. Let's go. She sped up once she finished speaking. They didn't choose to fly. In a place like this, flying was too obvious. They were here to find treasures and not look for trouble. They passed through a forest and arrived at a swamp. Nanli Ming stopped by the swamp. She gazed at it for a long time, and then she turned around to look at Yang Yi. Ask that little fellow if there's anything dangerous here. Yang Yi was stunned. Hurry up, Nanli Ming said. That little fellow is very sensitive to danger. Just ask her. Yang Yi summoned Snowy and pointed at the swamp. Is there any danger here? Snowy rubbed her drowsy eyes, and then she rubbed Yang Yi's chest with slight dissatisfaction. She had been sleeping. Yang Yi felt quite helpless. Nanli Ming said, Little fellow, is there danger here? Help us. Nanli Ming's face suddenly became unsightly. Because the little fellow on Yang Yi's chest was snoring again, Nanli Ming shook her head and sighed. She's definitely a fake sprite progenitor. A fake. Absolutely a fake. Yang Yi patted Snowy's butt lightly and said, Little fellow, help me see if it's dangerous here. Snowy rubbed her butt, glanced at the swamp, then shook her head. After that, she hugged Yang Yi's neck and fell asleep while hanging onto his neck. Yang Yi felt quite helpless. He lifted her up to his shoulder and gazed at Nanli Ming. There's no danger. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot against the ground and leaped up into the air, descending at the center of the swamp. Nanli Ming followed closely behind him. The swamp was huge, much larger than they'd expected. They kept jumping for almost an hour before they saw the end of it. Yang Yi descended onto a piece of wood, and he was about to jump again when his expression suddenly changed drastically. His figure shot up into the sky. Meanwhile, a huge black shadow shot up from within the swamp and tried to bite him. Yang Yi finally saw it clearly. It was a colossus like a crocodile, but it was slightly different. It had a pair of horns, a row of spikes on its back, and a long tail that seemed like that of a dragon. Yang Yi's expression was extremely unsightly. He glared at Snowy, who had an innocent expression on her face, and then swung his sword with both hands. It was like the sky was being split apart beneath his sword. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light descended. Bang! The Colossus aura was instantly slashed apart, but Yang Yi's sword energy wasn't even able to break through its defenses at all. Conversely, the Colossus slammed through his sword energy and arrived before him. Yang Yi frowned at the sight of this and was about to get serious. However, Snowy suddenly clapped her paws together, and then Yang Yi saw a familiar figure. Oxy. Oxy appeared before them, and then it slammed its fist down. Bang! The sky shook violently, and Oxy was blasted away. As for the Colossus, it was slammed onto the swamp as well. But it only took a moment for it to charge up at Oxy again. Moreover, a powerful wave of pressure surged out from the Colossus. Yang Yi frowned when he sensed the pressure. Dragon pressure. He actually sensed dragon pressure. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming suddenly said, A primal dragon croc, a powerful creature, a very powerful creature. She gazed at Snowy and said, Didn't you say that there's no danger here? Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at the primal dragon croc that was fighting Oxy. She was clearly asking Nanli Ming if that was even considered as dangerous. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Was it dangerous? Demons like these were truly of no threat to Snowy. As for why it hadn't sensed Snowy's presence, it was because Yang Yi had hidden her and himself with the sword domain. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the primal dragon croc. Could Snowy make that big fellow join them? That primal dragon croc was at the limit breaker realm at the very least. If they could recruit it, it would be a huge help to them. However, he was a little hesitant. These primal creatures were very strong and were usually unwilling to submit. Oxy and the primal true dragon had only submitted because they were considered to be young, so they were innately afraid of Snowy, or it should be said that they wanted to curry favor with Snowy. However, the primal dragon croc wasn't mentally a child. He could see ferocity, viciousness, and the desire to kill within its eyes. Oxy was clearly no match for it, and Oxy was being suppressed by it and had suffered many blows. Snowy blinked when she noticed this, and then she withdrew an ethereal axe. She was about to fight herself. However, she seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Yang Yi. She knew the limits of her own strength. She was really not skilled at fighting. Yang Yi smiled and was about to attack. However, Arya suddenly appeared beside Yang Yi. She stopped him and gazed at Oxy. Don't. It's about to evolve. No, advance. Advance? Suddenly, Oxy howled with fury. In an instant, it grew dozens of times larger. At this moment, it was much larger than the primal dragon croc. At the same time, a powerful aura swept out of Oxy, and space rippled before it. Yang Yi was stunned. The World Lord realm? Oxy actually attained the World Lord realm? Suddenly, Oxy gazed at Snowy and stretched out its hand. Snowy blinked, and then she understood what it meant. She immediately tossed the axe in her grasp at Oxy. As soon as it entered Oxy's grasp, the axe grew dozens of times larger. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming's faces changed at the sight of this. Yang Yi felt that a swing of Oxy's axe could chop open the world. Favorite, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2373 Area's Nature. Chapter 2373 Area's Nature. At this moment, Oxy's body had grown almost 300 m tall, and he stood there like a mountain with a huge axe in his grasp. The primordial axe of creation. After Oxy attained the World Lord realm, and its aura was terrifyingly strong too. But after it held the axe in its grasp, its aura was absolutely terrifying. The primal dragon croc's gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. At this moment, it felt threatened. Suddenly, Oxy raised the primordial axe of creation and chopped down at it. A huge pitch-black spatial rift appeared in the sky. It had been chopped open by the primordial axe of creation. The rift seemed like a shocking hole in the sky. The seriousness in the primal dragon croc's eyes grew even denser. It didn't dare act carelessly. It spun rapidly in midair, and its long dragon tail swept at Oxy and the axe. The entire sky rippled before it. It was a true limit-breaker realm demon. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming watched as the axe slammed against the tail. Bang! The primal dragon croc was slammed down to the swamp. In the end, it smashed into the swamp and made the swamp water surge up from the impact. Snowy's eyes lit up from the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Nanli Ming exchanged glances, and there was a trace of solemnness in their eyes. Oxy's strength was a little terrifying. Oxy excelled in physical strength, and coupled with the primordial axe of creation, it could be said to be a union of strength. As for the primal dragon croc, even if Oxy had risen to a higher realm of cultivation, Oxy was still no match for the primal dragon croc in a pure collision of strength. It should be said that Oxy's bloodline couldn't compare to it. While bloodline couldn't decide everything, it was extremely important. Yet now, Oxy had a divine treasure while the primal dragon croc didn't. Demons competed with equipment too. Oxy returned to its original form. It walked over to Snowy and passed the axe to Snowy. Snowy took it, grinned, and then patted Oxy on the shoulder. It could be considered as praising Oxy. FENL. See, meanwhile, Arya was still licking her Tonghulu, and then she passed it to Snowy. Yang Yi moved his gaze away from Oxy and looked at the swamp below. At this moment, it had returned to normal, and the primal dragon Croc didn't show any further signs of movement. Yang Yi gazed at the swamp and seemed to be lost in thought. Meanwhile, Snowy inhaled lightly. In an instant, the spirit energy within the swamp surged, and then it surged towards Snowy like a torrent. Nanli Ming glanced at Snowy with slight fear in her eyes. Snowy was extracting the spirit energy here, and she was doing it like she was taking water from it. Bang! A colossus shot up from within the swamp. It was the primal dragon Croc. It stared at Yang Yi's group with a vicious glow in its eyes. After all, taking the spirit energy here was like taking its life. Meanwhile, Snowy passed the axe to Oxy. The primal dragon Croc's vicious gaze turned to a fearful one from the sight of this, and then it gazed at Snowy. At this moment, Yang Yi had stopped concealing Snowy's aura with the sword domain. The primal dragon Croc was stunned by the sight of Snowy, and then disbelief appeared in its eyes, a sprite. Impossible. Yang Yi glanced at it. Obviously, it had recognized Snowy. Snowy was about to wave her claw when Yang Yi shook his head and walked away with her. The primal dragon Croc was stunned and wanted to chase after them. However, Oxy obstructed its path, and Oxy was holding the primordial axe of creation. Oxy's face was calm, but its aura was extremely powerful. Aria walked over to Oxy and stretched out her hand. Oxy obediently passed her the axe, and the latter nodded as she gazed at it. A good axe indeed. Oxy was at a loss for words. Aria licked her Tonghulu and gazed at the crocodile. Madman Yang. Oh, Big Brother Yang asked me to tell you that if you're willing to go with him, then he'll take you out of this battlefield. He'll even give you a mountain at the rear mountains of the Sword Sect. It'll be a huge mountain too. The primal dragon Croc glanced at Yang Yi's vanishing figure and spoke with disdain. Follow him? An ant at the true void realm? He isn't worthy. Wang Aria suddenly stopped licking her Tonghulu and gazed at the crocodile. She pointed the axe at it and said, Big guy, if you let Snowy hear that, you're dead. You're absolutely dead. She gazed at Oxy and asked, Oxy, I'm not lying, right? Oxy hurriedly nodded. Oxy wasn't trying to curry favor with Aria. It was because they really couldn't afford to offend Yang Yi. Both Aria and Snowy, such lawless little fellows, would immediately become obedient when Yang Yi was serious. The primal dragon Croc spoke with disdain. I can crush him like an ant. Wang Aria shook her head and passed the axe to Oxy. Let's go. This big guy's an idiot. Oxy glanced at the crocodile and nodded to display its agreement. The spirit energy in the primordial pagoda was much, much better than this place. Wait. Suddenly, the primal dragon Croc spoke. Was that a sprite progenitor? Oxy glanced at Aria, and the latter didn't turn around. So, it naturally didn't turn around, and they just walked off. It had been ignored. This infuriated the primal dragon Croc, and viciousness surged into its eyes while a wave of powerful pressure swept out from it. Suddenly, Wang Aria stopped. She put the Tonghulu in her mouth and took the axe from Oxy, and then she hurled it at the crocodile. Hiss! It tore through the air. The crocodile's expression changed drastically, and it swept its long tail at the axe. Bang! As soon as they collided, the crocodile was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and countless scales cracked open on its tail. Besides that, the axe was still on its tail. The axe had cut into its flesh. The primal dragon Croc gazed at her with astonishment. You! Wang Aria licked her Tonghulu and said, Give the axe back to me. The crocodile was furious when it heard this, and its desire to kill seemed simply material. Suddenly, Wang Aria licked her Tonghulu and said, Why must a lowly demon like you be so arrogant? How dare you? It howled furiously, and then it charged at her. It was like a towering mountain pressing down upon her. Oxy's expression changed as it clenched its fist tightly. It was about to attack when Wang Aria suddenly pulled Oxy behind her, and then she gazed at the charging crocodile. Suddenly, a strange smile arose on her face, and then she licked her lips before opening her mouth. Time froze. Oxy watched as the crocodile started to shrink, and it grew smaller as it grew closer to Wang Aria. There was despair in its eyes. Besides despair, there was terror. Bloodline suppression. Actually, at its level of strength, besides the bloodline of its ancestors. Even the bloodline of a primal true dragon couldn't suppress it. At the very most, a primal true dragon could deter and pressure it, but at this moment, its bloodline was being completely and utterly suppressed. The strength and ability of demon beasts actually came from their bloodline, but at this moment, its bloodline was being suppressed, so it was rendered helpless. The primal dragon croc was still growing smaller, and it was the size of a tonghulu when it arrived before Arya. Arya inhaled lightly and sucked it into her mouth. She burped, and her stomach seemed to bulge a little, but it only took a moment for her to return to normal. She patted her stomach, and then a moment passed before she spat out an axe. The primordial axe of creation. Oxy was stunned by this. It had been eaten. The primal dragon croc had been eaten by Arya. Oxy was quite nervous. Meanwhile, she passed the axe to Oxy, and the latter took it with slightly trembling hands. Arya patted Oxy on the shoulder. "Let's go." She pranced off into the distance. Oxy wiped off the sweat on its face and hurriedly followed after her. 2 hours later, Yang Yes group left the swamp, and there was a pure white pearl in his grasp. It was the inner core of the primal dragon croc. Arya had given it to him because she said it was useful for him. The primal dragon croc was dead. Yang Yi didn't ask how it died, because Arya would just brush his question off, and Oxy would lower its head as if it was begging him not to ask it. Yang Yi didn't pursue an answer. He wanted help, but it was too vicious. He didn't like demon beasts like that, and he didn't like such demon beasts staying by Snowy side. Actually, it could have lived, and Yang Yi had never thought of killing it. Unfortunately, it didn't know how to act and challenged Arya. Suddenly, Nanli Ming stopped. Yang Yi was dragged back from his thoughts as well. He looked into the distance, and then his expression changed drastically while both he and Nanli Ming couldn't help but move backwards swiftly. Chapter 23 74 Myriad Immortal Sect. Chapter 23 74 Myriad Immortal Sect. A corpse was floating not too far ahead of them. It was the corpse of a man, and he seemed around the age of 30. He wore a white robe and had a spear stabbed through his chest. Besides that, a soul was floating by the corpse. It was the man's soul. His body and soul had been separated. At this moment, the soul was looking at Yang Yi and Nanli Ming with a trace of surprise, but even more bewilderment in its eyes. As for Snowy, Arya, and Oxy, Head sent them into the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, the soul suddenly asked, "Did you see that old man?" Yang Yi asked, "Old man?" The man said, "The old man with a bamboo chest on his back." Yang Yi nodded, "I did." The man replied, "I did too." Yang Yi glanced at him. What a coincidence. The man shook his head slightly. "Leave? This isn't a place you should be." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it very dangerous?" The man nodded. "It's dangerous to you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the man suddenly asked, "How's the outside world?" Yang Yi replied, "Which one are you talking about?" The man said, "The eternal universe." Yang Yi and Nanli Ming exchanged glances. In the end, Yang Yi said, "I don't know. Most people aren't able to get there." The man closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before he glanced at the surroundings and said, "This battlefield is huge, extremely huge, and many died here. Not just humans, there are other living beings too. Many existences did not vanish after their death, just like me. There are some whose resentment still lingers. Besides that, some even survive completely. Perhaps these survivors were very weak in the past, but none are weak now." Nanli Ming suddenly asked, "Why don't they go outside?" "Outside?" The man shook his head. "The outside world isn't as safe as this place." He pointed behind himself and said, "There's a forest over there. A powerful figure fell there, so you can try your luck over there. But don't go beyond the forest. Your strength isn't sufficient to go there." The man closed his eyes once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming suddenly said, "Can you reveal what happened during the Primal Era? For example, information about that battle?" The man glanced at her. "It's meaningless, isn't it?" She smiled. "I'm just quite curious. The man fell silent for a short while and said, "When it comes to cultivation, humans, demons, and all others cultivate. But what's most important when you cultivate? Resources. The longer you live, the more indifferent you get toward things, and as time passes, you're the only person left in your world. So, for the sake of even better resources, they are able to stop at nothing. However, it is impossible to avoid. If you don't fight for it, you'll die. So, there is no good or bad in this cruel world. There is only strong and weak." He gazed at them and continued, "That battle caused the fall of an era. As for the secrets of it, finding out will not do you any good." Nanli Ming wished to ask more, but Yang Yi shook his head at her. He gazed at the man, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Senior, your body is here, and your soul is complete. Why don't you enter your body?" The man pointed at the spear in his body. "If I hadn't reacted swiftly and left it in the form of my soul, I would have died the moment that spear stabbed me. As for why I don't enter my body again, it's because that spear is suppressing my body." "Then just pull it out," said Yang Yi. He regretted his words as soon as he said that. It was quite stupid, because if it was possible, the man would have done so by now. The man suddenly chuckled. "I've been waiting here for thousands of years, and I've only met two capable of pulling out this spear. The first was a sword cultivator who arrived here not too long ago. He glanced at me and went to the forest. As for the second, it was the old man with the bamboo chest. He was willing to help, but I couldn't accept his conditions, so he refused." "A sword cultivator?" Yang Yi suddenly asked. "Was he wearing a cloud-white robe?" The man nodded. "You know him?" Yang Yi nodded slightly, sort of. The man spoke softly. "He's very strong." Suddenly, Snowy emerged from Yang Yi's chest. The man was stunned when he saw her. Obviously, Head recognized Snowy. Meanwhile, Snowy's gaze fell on the spear in the man's corpse. It was quite strange. Completely pitch black and extremely smooth like a mirror. Besides that, its tip was around 2 times longer than an ordinary spear. Snowy's eyes lit up from the sight of it, and then she went over and wrapped her arms around it. After that, she pulled it out. However, the spear was very long while her arms were quite short, so it was quite difficult for her to hold it. Thus, she patted it lightly, and the spear seemed to understand what she wanted. It instantly shrunk to a size she could hold. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Nanli Ming glanced at Snowy with a strange expression on her face. Meanwhile, the man's hands trembled slightly, but the man's face was very calm. Snowy went over to Yang Yi with the spear, cracked a smile at him, and then passed it to him. Yang Yi glanced at the spear and took it, but he noticed to his shock that he couldn't move it. He couldn't move it at all. Yang Yi was quite shocked. How strong was he right now? But he couldn't move the spear? Meanwhile, the man suddenly said, "It's normal. Even I can't move that spear." Yang Yi gazed at the man, and the latter explained, "It has a spirit of its own, and only someone it acknowledges can move it." He gazed at Snowy and continued, "Of course, she's an exception. Even this spear has to give a sprite progenitor face." "Give Snowy face." Yang Yi suddenly thought of something, and he joked, "Senior, how much face would things give her?" "How much?" The man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. "A lot. It has been like that for all the sprite progenitors." Yang Yi smiled and didn't ask more. He rubbed Snowy's head and said, "Senior, your soul confused with your body now, right?" The man nodded and said, "Young brother, what is your name?" Yang Yi smiled. "Yang Yi." The man said, "Nan Yu, the master of the myriad immortal sect. Of course, my sect doesn't exist anymore." He glanced at Snowy and continued, "I'll remember this debt I owe you." Yang Yi smiled. "It was nothing, right? Can you leave this place now?" The man shook his head. "I have to repair my body, and then merge my soul with it." Yang Yi nodded. "Then I won't disturb you further." The man said, "Don't forget that you must never cross that forest. It's a forbidden area." Yang Yi nodded. "Thanks for the reminder." He took Snowy in his arms and walked off. Nanli Ming glanced at the man and followed Yang Yi. Nanyu glanced at Yang Yi and Nanli Ming's figures, and then he moved his gaze away. It shouldn't be. There was slight hesitance in his eyes. A long time passed before he restrained his thoughts and gazed at the body before him. I hope it still works. Meanwhile, there was cold sweat on Yang Ye's forehead. Nanli Ming had a solemn expression on her face too. Both of them stopped. Nanli Ming spoke solemnly. He's a 3-world realm at least, and he may even be at the 4-world realm. Moreover, he may have been even stronger at his prime. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. He wanted to kill us just now. Nanli Ming nodded. He wanted to kill you. Yang Yi gazed at her. He gave up because of Snowy? She shook her head. I'm not sure. But no matter why, he has used a different method, and it's to become friends with you. Yang Yi nodded slightly and glanced at the surroundings. This place was much more dangerous than the outside world. Nanli Ming suddenly asked, Are you afraid? Yang Yi shook his head. He asked us not to go past the forest. Do you think he told us that out of good intentions? Nanli Ming nodded. Since he chose to be friends with you, then he won't harm you. Otherwise, even if he were just a soul, his strength is still sufficient to kill you. What about you? Yang Yi gazed at her. Can't he kill you? Nanli Ming revealed a sly smile. What do you think? Yang Yi shook his head. Forget it. Let's go take a look at the forest. He sped up toward the distance. Nanli Ming glanced at the man from before, and then she followed him. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the forest. It was huge, and every tree within it was extremely tall, even taller than a mountain. So, standing in the forest made them feel tiny. Ancient trees blotted out the sky around them. There was no gain without risk. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, some danger was worth the risk. Since the ancient times, which expert had received fortuitous encounters that just fell out of the sky, fortune would never come to you. Of course, Snowy was an exception. Fortune may come to that little fellow. According to Nanyu, a great expert of the primal era perished in the forest. But what kind of expert was it? Yang Yi couldn't help but feel quite curious. Suddenly, Nanjing stopped. A short while later, she withdrew a leaf, and Yang Ye's expression changed drastically. You! Shed vanished completely before he could finish speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have sensed something, and a chill ran down his spine. Chapter 2375 You're Too Weak to Understand. Chapter 2375 You're Too Weak to Understand. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw a woman there. She wore a white morning dress and had a memorial tablet in her hands. There were only 2 words on the tablet, late husband. She just gazed calmly at him, but Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. However, Yang Yi remained very calm, had experienced many things in life. So while this situation was very dangerous, it wasn't enough to make him panic. Yang Yi steadied himself, glanced at her, and then walked forward slowly. The sword precursor was in his grasp, a blood-red sword. Suddenly, she appeared in front of Yang Yi. She was very close to him, less than 2 meters away. Yang Yi could see her even more clearly now. She was quite beautiful, but her face was pale, and she emanated a ghastly aura. To be a little blunt, she didn't seem normal at all. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Senior, do you need something? She took a step forward and looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Can you get something for me outside this forest? Outside the forest? Yang Yi pointed at the direction he came from. That way? She shook her head and pointed in the opposite direction. That way? Yang Yi's expression changed. It was where Nanyu had told him not to go. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, It's dangerous, very dangerous. She spoke indifferently. Is it not dangerous now? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung his sword at her. The sword domain. 3 swings. He took the initiative to gain the upper hand. His current limit was 3 wings, and the might of it was weaker than 2 World Realm experts but stronger than 1 World Realm experts. As for 4 swings, it was around the strength of a 2 World Realm expert. But at this moment, he didn't dare to use it unless he had no other choice. The might of 3 swings was sufficient to obliterate the world. However, it stopped half an inch away from her head. A strand of hair had coiled around his sword. It was her hair. Yang Yi's sword seemed like it had been frozen in place by the hair, and it couldn't move at all. She didn't say anything and just gazed at him. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Senior, your strength is extraordinary. I was shocked by your strength when I saw you, so I wanted to see guidance from you. Sigh, am too weak. Thank you for your guidance. She looked him in the eye. Will you go or not? Yang Yi spoke bitterly. Senior, you are so strong, yet even you dare not go. So, wouldn't I just be giving my life away? She shook her head. Since you were able to get here, it proves you're not ordinary. Perhaps you'll survive? Yang Yi replied, what if I die? She gazed at him. Then you can die a little later. Otherwise, you'll die now. Choose. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She released his sword, but she was still staring at him. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. How were his chances if he fought her head-on? The answer was that he had no chance at all. Since she could stop that attack of his with such ease, she was at least a 2-world or even 3-world realm expert. Suddenly, she said, it comes with benefits. Benefits? Yang Yi gazed at her, and she explained indifferently, if you can help me, I'll reward you. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, Senior, I came with a woman. Her strength is much greater than mine. Why don't you ask her? Loyalty? He didn't care about that where Nanli Ming was concerned. She had repeatedly concealed herself when there was danger and left him to fend for himself. The woman glanced behind Yang Yi and said, You're weak and easy to bully. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Haha. Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from behind Yang Yi. Obviously, it was Nanli Ming. She walked over to Yang Yi and smiled at him, angry. Yang Yi replied indifferently, There's nothing to be angry about. She makes absolute sense. It's my fault for being weak. Nanli Ming smiled. You have a good mentality. As she spoke, she gazed at the woman before Yang Yi. What do you want him to do over there? Why don't you tell us about it? The woman glanced at Nanli Ming. You are very confident to dare to show yourself before me. Nanli Ming chuckled and pointed at Yang Yi. I should tell you that he has a very, very formidable sister. While she isn't here, she'll definitely avenge him if you kill him. At that time, you'll be in great trouble. The woman walked over to Nanli Ming and looked her in the eyes. Are you threatening me? Nanli Ming smiled. I was just joking. But do you want to spar a little first? The woman's hair suddenly floated up before Nanli Ming, and the latter clenched her fists slowly. In an instant, dark clouds covered the forest and lightning converged throughout the forest. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Spells? I never expected someone outside to possess such spells. Her voice had a trace of seriousness, and she wasn't as calm and carefree as she had been. Nanli Ming smiled. In my opinion, we can help, but you must repay us, and it has to be sufficient payment. The woman gazed at Nanli Ming for a long time, and then she turned around slowly and gazed into the depths of the forest. There's a desolate plain over there, and a primal emperor is buried there. My husband was one of the primal emperor's followers, and he died there too. I want his corpse. If you can get his corpse for me. She flipped her palm, and a black seal floated there. Meanwhile, Snowy wanted to come outside, but Yang Yi stopped her. It was best to be cautious and hide Snowy from the eyes of outsiders. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy looked up into the sky with a pitiable glow in her eyes. Actually, she was looking at the black seal above the woman's palm. Wang Arya and Oxy were by Snowy's side. Oxy stood silently behind Arya and Snowy. Arya licked her Tonghulu and passed it to Snowy. That thing isn't bad. Tell Big Brother Yang to take it. Snowy licked the Tonghulu and nodded to display her agreement. However, Arya suddenly added, She's very strong. He's probably no match for her. Snowy didn't pay those words any attention. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the black seal and asked, What's that? She glanced at him. The seal of suppression. It can suppress a person's realm of cultivation. Suppress cultivation? Yang Yi was stunned. What do you mean? She means that you can use it to suppress someone's cultivation. Nanli Ming suddenly explained. If you're in battle with someone, and that person is a 2-world realm expert, then you can use it to suppress that person into a 1-world realm expert. Understand? Yang Yi's eyes immediately burned slightly with desire. Suppression of cultivation. If he obtained it, then he wouldn't have to fear 2-world realm experts anymore. Even if he encountered a three-world realm expert, he could use it to drag that expert down to the two-world realm. Simply speaking, he could reduce his enemy's strength. It was a treasure. Yang Ye's eyes burned with desire. Meanwhile, the woman put the seal away. Nanli Ming suddenly asked, "What kind of dangers await over there?" The woman closed her eyes slowly. The words of an emperor. Nanli Ming frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" She explained. That primal emperor didn't want to be disturbed when he died, and those words filled that desolate plain with a mysterious force. No living being is able to enter that place. Yang Yi was astounded. Just some words are that strong? The woman glanced at Yang Yi. Weakness limits your imagination. Yang Ye's face was completely dark. Can she just not try to strike a blow to my confidence? Meanwhile, Nanli Ming suddenly asked, "Even you can't get close to it?" The woman nodded slightly. "I can't." Nanli Ming asked, "Then why do you think he can?" The woman glanced at Yang Yi. "Perhaps he'll be lucky?" Nanli Ming was at a loss for words. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really no match for her, he really wanted to press her against the ground and sand her face off. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." Yang Yi gazed at her with astonishment. "We're really going? Do you have a choice?" She glared at him, and then pulled him away. The woman glanced at Yang Yi and Nanli Ming, and then she looked down at the memorial tablet in her grasp. "Honey, I don't have much time left." Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Nanli Ming. "Why did you really come to this battlefield?" Nanli Ming glanced at Yang Yi. "An emperor. Do you know what a primal emperor is? It's a true expert, a real expert. Don't you want to see one for yourself?" She ignored Yang Yi and sped up. Yang Yi noticed that there was excitement in her eyes and a wisp of madness. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot for a short while, and then he followed her. Not long after they left, a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe arrived in the forest. Had come from the desolate plains, but Head just happened to miss Yang Yi and Nanli Ming. The sword cultivator encountered the woman with the memorial tablet, and she was looking at him too. The woman suddenly said, "Another sword cultivator was just here." The sword cultivator nodded slightly. "I sensed his aura," she said. "He's much, much weaker than you." The sword cultivator shook his head. "You're wrong." The woman asked while sounding quite unconvinced. "What do you mean?" The sword cultivator glanced in the direction Yang Yi and Nanli Ming had left toward, and then he said, "The more ties he has, the stronger he will be." He moved his gaze away and looked at the woman again. "Once I severed my final ties. I've never lost throughout my path, but I lost to him once." "Impossible." The woman spoke loudly. "I can kill him with ease, but I can't resist a single swing of your sword." The sword cultivator shook his head. "You're too weak to understand." Once he finished speaking, he walked off into the distance, but Head only walked a few steps when he stopped once more. He turned around and asked, "Can you tell me where's the most dangerous place here?" Chapter 2376 The Right Birth is Important. Chapter 2376 The Right Birth is Important. Where's the most dangerous? She gazed at the sword cultivator for a long time before pointing to the left. The central area of the battlefield is in that direction. The sword cultivator nodded slightly and left in that direction. Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, "What's so special about him? Geniuses? Monstrous geniuses?" She'd seen too many of them. Yang Ye's natural talent and strength were not bad indeed, but just that little bit was nothing to her. After all, monstrous geniuses were everywhere during her time. The sword cultivator didn't stop. "In my heart, a person's strength isn't judged by their combat strength. A farmer can hold his ground against 100 demons that far surpass him in strength just to protect his child and wife. That's someone strong to me." He suddenly stopped at this point. "In the world I came from, I met someone, and he was willing to get entangled with me over countless worlds just for his loved ones. Actually, he could have gone further if he wanted, but he didn't." The woman asked, "Why?" The sword cultivator replied softly, "Because of love." Is it pedantic? Foolish? No, it's the true emotion of a true man. At this point, he gazed at her. You too? He didn't say more and vanished into the forest. The woman held the memorial tablet in silence. Shed attacked this sword cultivator before her when Head first arrived at the forest, but Shed been defeated by a single move. An expert? As far as she was concerned, he was a true expert. But as far as he was concerned, that was not what being strong represented. When there was a difference in strength and cultivation, one's views would naturally be different too. She restrained her thoughts and looked in the direction that Yang Yi and Nanli Ming had left toward. As she gazed at it, her gaze gradually turned blank. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming left the forest, and not long after, they saw the desolate plains. It was an endless plain. See that? Nanli Ming pointed at the desolate plain. A primal emperor perished here in the past. Yang Yi glanced at her. Why are you so excited? She gazed at Yang Yi. Excited? Do you know what a primal emperor is? An overlord of the ages, a true overlord. She hurriedly withdrew her thick scroll, unfurled it and wrote, "The desolate plains, a primal emperor fell here." Yang Yi had a weird expression on his face. Is there something wrong with her? They continued forward, and it didn't take long for them to step foot into the desolate plains. However, they noticed an invisible force obstructing their path. Pressure. It was like a mountain floating above them. At this moment, Yang Yi had a feeling that if he continued forward, he would be obliterated by the pressure. They exchanged glances, and then Nanli Ming said, "It's the Emperor's will. See that? He died so long ago, but his will is able to suppress countless experts." Yang Yi looked up at the end of the desolate plains, and he was extremely shocked. Will. The Emperor had relied just on his will to cause such huge pressure to the experts of the later generations. If he was still alive, how terrifying would his strength be? Weakness limited his imagination. Those words did make sense. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he walked forward. As soon as he took the first step, a wave of powerful pressure slammed down upon him. In an instant, Yang Yi's figure bent down, and his knees almost hit the ground. It was absolutely powerful. A wisp of madness arose on Yang Yi's face. Suppress him with just will? Boom. A powerful wave of sword intent swept out from Yang Yi, but it only took a moment for it to be obliterated while Yang Yi was pushed all the way out of the plains. Nanli Ming frowned. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked up at the desolate plains before him. Is the will of an emperor that strong? Yang Yi naturally wouldn't just give up. So, he walked forward again. But as soon as he entered the area, he couldn't take another step forward. The will pressed down upon him like countless mountains. Going forward forcefully would lead to death. Nanli Ming gazed at Yang Yi and remained silent. She was waiting for Yang Yi to decide. She didn't wait long before Yang Yi started walking again. Yang Yi took a step forward. In an instant, his body became tense. Moreover, a strand of faint dragon pressure dispersed from him. Because Head swallowed the dragon ball, he had dragon pressure. However, it wasn't much. As for why, it was because he hadn't truly unearthed its potential. Of course, it was absolutely weak before the will of the primal emperor. Nanli Ming gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi finally took a step forward, and it was like moving a mountain. But he couldn't lift his foot again after taking that step. Yang Yi left the desolate plains, and he gazed at it in silence. Nanli Ming didn't disturb him. She looked into the distance, and no one knew what she was thinking. A long time passed before Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward, and he smiled once he did that. Nanli Ming smiled too. This time, Yang Yi hadn't used any form of energy. No profound energy, no physical strength, and no sword intent. Head retracted all his energy. An ordinary person. He was like an ordinary person right now. While it was still very strenuous, it wasn't as difficult as before. Yang Yi gazed at Nanli Ming, and the latter smiled. In this place, the stronger you are, the greater the suppression you will face. Simple speaking, this primal emperor left this will behind as a test. Of course, it's to keep away people with ill intent too. However, I think it was mainly left here as a test. What kind of test? It's a test of will, of course. A person's will isn't linked to the person's strength. and a person's will can only be truly tested once all forms of energy are abandoned. She gazed at the plains and continued, "Come on. Whether we're able to meet that emperor will depend on our own willpower." She walked forward once she finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at Nanli Ming. Obviously, she knew the secrets of this place, and the woman with the memorial tablet was probably aware as well. However, her willpower may have been insufficient, so she hadn't been able to go far enough. But both of them refused to tell him. Moreover, his intuition told him that if he wasn't able to discover the secrets of this place, she would have never told him. Fortune. It had to be obtained by one's own efforts. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and hurried after her. In the desolate plain, they started off quite quickly, but they gradually slowed down. Pressure. The pressure was still there, but it was different now. It didn't press down on their bodies, it pressed down on their will. It was pressure that struck their will. Nanli Ming's face was calm as she walked slowly by Yang Ye's side. Nanli Ming suddenly said, "What do you think is most important in the path of cultivation?" W. knew. Ko Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Natural talent, resources, mentality, and will." She asked, "Which one of them is the most important?" Yang Yi glanced at her. "I think none of them are important." She gazed at him, and he spoke indifferently, "I think the right birth is most important." She was stunned, and then she roared with laughter. She laughed for quite some time before she pointed at him. "That's not wrong at all. The right birth is very important." Ha ha. A short while later, she gazed ahead. Natural talent, resources, mentality, and will are actually all important. However, the most important is mentality and will. If a person doesn't have sufficient natural talent but possesses good mentality and strong will, then that person won't be ordinary in the end. But if the person's mentality is bad and has insufficient will, that person may be mediocre in the end. It's mostly your will and mentality that allowed you to get this far. As for your natural talent, it can't be described as being really trash, but it's absolutely not good. Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to say?" Nanli Ming smiled. "I'm trying to say that we may be lucky. The Primal Emperor definitely didn't leave this will here for no reason. He definitely plans to leave behind his inheritance or something else. So, if we get to him, we'll get it." Yang Yi replied indifferently, "Perhaps he wants to seize a new body? He left a strand of his soul behind to wait for someone fated to have their body taken by him. Had encountered that on many occasions." Nanli Ming chuckled. "Then we have bad luck." Yang Yi shook his head and didn't speak further. They continued forward, and it grew more and more strenuous. However, they still didn't stop. A long time passed before they saw some corpses. However, they didn't see the woman's husband. Meanwhile, both of them found it quite difficult to continue forward. Around an hour later, they suddenly stopped because the pressure had vanished. They heaved sighs of relief. Yang Yi suddenly looked up, and a middle-aged man was standing there. His hands were behind his back, and he was looking up into the sky, but his eyes were dim. There was a bloody hole on his chest, and a pitch-black spear was stabbed into the ground a short distance away from him. This spear was exactly like the spear which had been in Nanye's body earlier. Chapter 2377 The Desolate Race. Chapter 2377 The Desolate Race. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming exchanged glances. Obviously, the middle-aged man was the Primal Emperor. Dead. The middle-aged man was dead, and it was the black spear that had killed him. Who was its owner? Yang Yi and Nanli Ming walked over, and they gazed at the corpse in silence. An emperor. A primal emperor. The middle-aged man's strength was absolutely not something a limit-breaker realm expert could compare to, but such an expert had still been killed. How strong would one need to be in order to become truly invincible? The path of cultivation had no end. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. "Senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" As soon as she finished speaking, the corpse before them shook. It was moving. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming were shocked, and they immediately became extremely vigilant. The middle-aged man's eyes gradually recovered their color, and then they were no different than the eyes of an ordinary person. He withdrew his gaze and looked at them, sizing them up for a while before his gaze finally descended upon Yang Yi. The middle-aged man asked, "A sword cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and pointed to the north. "There's an old friend of mine over there, and he's a sword cultivator too. Unfortunately, his sword Dao isn't suitable for you. Otherwise, you can go try your luck over there." Yang Yi smiled and wasn't disappointed. The sword Dao. He has his own sword Dao, so he could only learn from the strengths of others. The middle-aged man suddenly asked, "How's the outside world?" Nanli Ming hesitated for a moment and asked, "Senior, are you asking about the eternal universe?" He nodded slightly. "Have they fulfilled their promise?" Nanli Ming asked, "What promise?" He frowned slightly. "Can the people of Eternal Border go to the eternal universe?" Nanli Ming shook her head. A wisp of self-ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. "To think I still held some hope." She glanced at him and said, "Senior, what happened during that battle all those years ago?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "It's meaningless now." "Not at all." Nanli Ming looked him in the eyes. "At the very least, we of the later generations have the right to know, don't we? There are no records of what happened in Eternal Border. The Primal Era is a blank piece of history to the people of Eternal Border right now." The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time and said, "Actually, Eternal Border is a battlefield." Nanli Ming's pupils constricted. "It's a battlefield?" The middle-aged man nodded. "It's a huge battlefield. The Eternal Universe is the largest, but the smallest too. The Eternal Universe is like a kingdom. It's the leader of countless other universes, and it's the most flourishing universe among them. The resources it possesses are the best too. So, they grew increasingly better while the other universes, including Eternal Border, were unable to keep up. For the sake of conserving Eternal Kingdom's resources, right, they gave themselves that name. For the sake of conserving Eternal Kingdom's resources, they severed their ties to all other universes. Simply speaking, they refused to allow the people of other universes to enter Eternal Kingdom." Yang Yi and Nanli Ming exchanged glances, and there was shock in both their eyes. The middle-aged man looked up at the sky, and his gaze pierced through it until he could see a river and a wall. He withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and smiled. They didn't go too far. Of course, they dare not do that. While the other universes can't compare to them, it doesn't represent that the other universes do not have any extraordinary experts. Nanli Ming spoke solemnly. Even if such experts appear, the existence of an opportunity will stop them from fighting the eternal universe until the end. As for the others, they do not have such strength, so even if they want to fight the eternal universe, it'll be no different than courting death. Indeed. He gazed at Nanli Ming and smiled. In the beginning, many saw that opportunity as a form of kindness, and so they didn't fight back. Unfortunately, not everyone saw it as a form of kindness. He looked into the sky and continued, "There's a race far away from here, the desolate race. They started a war, and they crushed everything before them and attacked Eternal Kingdom. They practically succeeded. Unfortunately, they made a mistake, a huge mistake." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What mistake?" The middle-aged man spoke softly. They slaughtered without end upon entering Eternal Kingdom, and they killed too many living beings. These included many, many sprites, and that infuriated the sprite progenitor of Eternal Kingdom. So, the sprite progenitor that never participated in conflicts suddenly declared war on the desolate race. The sprite progenitor personally left Eternal Kingdom and summoned the help of countless sprites. Moreover, the spirit veins and some great demons of the desolate race switched sides. He closed his eyes slowly at this point. He'll never forget that scene. The sprite progenitor's participation in the battle brought hope to Eternal Kingdom, the hope of victory. The desolate race's patriarch, the desolate emperor, joined that battle himself. However, Eternal Kingdom was prepared, and they sent around 10 emperors, over 20 great demons, and a few dozen sprite emperors to protect the sprite progenitor with their lives. Unfortunately, the strength of the desolate race's patriarch surpassed everyone's imagination. Yang Yi asked, "The sprite progenitor died?" The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "The sprite progenitor died, but the desolate race's patriarch was heavily injured. Moreover, because they killed the sprite progenitor, it infuriated the living beings of the entire universe. The spirit of all beings madly attacked the desolate race at that time, including some mysterious ancient creatures. It can be said that the desolate race who had the upper hand instantly lost their advantage. Even the impossibly strong patriarch of the desolate race couldn't stop their attack, because even the spirit of all beings on his side was displeased with what had done. Coupled with the fact that he and the desolate race had suffered heavy injuries and losses, the desolate emperor had no choice but to flee with his race. The sprite progenitor. Nanli Ming glanced at Yang Yi. She hadn't forgotten that this fellow before her had a sprite progenitor. While it wasn't really a sprite progenitor yet, it was only a matter of time before the little fellow became one. Nanli Ming knew that she had to be nicer to Snowy. Actually, Yang Yi was quite excited when he heard this. A sprite progenitor was actually so terrifying. In other words, practically no one would dare to touch Snowy in the future. Yang Yi grew even more excited at the thought of this, and it should be said that he was happy for Snowy. In the past, many had targeted her, but once she became a sprite progenitor, probably no one would dare to anymore. Nanli Ming suddenly asked, "Then what happened here in Eternal Border?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "This is the only way to the eternal universe. So, we either had to stand with them and submit to the desolate race. In the beginning, we weren't sure which way to side. But once the desolate race offended the sprite progenitor by slaughtering too many living beings, the experts of Eternal Border immediately sided with Eternal Kingdom. While the desolate race had broken into the Eternal Kingdom, their actions were truly despicable. Moreover, the people of countless universes were very well aware that if the desolate race took over Eternal Kingdom, they would definitely do the same as Eternal Kingdom was already doing. Moreover, they may not give others any chance at all. Nanli Ming spoke softly. Both the desolate race and Eternal Kingdom only care about themselves. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. We had no choice but to pick a side during that battle. However, countless died after we picked sides. Of course, more than that died throughout the war. Fortunately, the sprite progenitor was benevolent, and she sent some people from Eternal Border into Eternal Kingdom before she died. Eternal Kingdom naturally didn't refuse her, and they promised to allow 10 people from Eternal Border to enter Eternal Kingdom for free every 10 years. Yang Yi thought of 2 words, giving alms. But it was normal. After all, Eternal Kingdom was too strong. As far as the people of Eternal Border were concerned, that quota of 10 was a form of kindness, great kindness. Yang Yi shook his head. Eternal Kingdom? If he were being honest, he didn't care for it at all. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "Can I see her?" Yang Yi glanced at him and summoned Snowy. At this moment, she was sleeping. From some point in time, the little fellow had become fond of sleeping. Yang Yi didn't wake her and just held her in his arms. There was a wisp of complicated emotions in the middle-aged man's eyes as he gazed at Snowy. She was just a sprite lord, yet I never expected her to be able to evolve into a sprite progenitor. It's quite inconceivable indeed. Moreover, it's outside of Eternal Kingdom. He shook his head and sighed. It's her luck and her misfortune. You must remember that you must not give her to anyone until she truly becomes a sprite progenitor. Especially Eternal Kingdom. That sprite progenitor possessed supreme status in Eternal Kingdom because she was a sprite progenitor already, so no person or power in Eternal Kingdom would act against a sprite progenitor. However, this little fellow of yours is still a sprite lord. If she falls into their hands, they will definitely use extreme methods to control her. Yang Yi nodded. They'll take good care of her. As if Shed heard him, Snowy rubbed her head against Yang Yi's chest, and then she wrapped her paws around him. Meanwhile, a slight grin was on her face. It seemed like she was dreaming of some kind of treasure, because she smiled just like that when she saw a treasure. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at the middle-aged man. "Senior, we're going to leave now. If you have any treasures..." If you have anything you need us to help you with, then please be frank. We'll do our best." Chapter 2378 Eat the Dragon. Chapter 2378 Eat the Dragon. Nanli Ming's face twitched when she heard him, and she acted like she didn't know him. Treasures. Even if you wanted them, you can't be that direct, right? The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled, and then he flicked a mirror over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What's this?" "The true energy mirror," the middle-aged man explained. "It has a formation, and it can reflect energy. If you use it in battle, once the energy of your opponent strikes it, all of the energy will be reflected back." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "All of it?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "It can reflect 70%, and if you can't deal with the remaining 30%, then it's obvious your opponent's strength far surpasses your own 70%. Yang Yi nodded. That wasn't bad either. As if she knew what he was thinking, Nanli Ming suddenly said, "Be content with what you have. Even a 3-world realm expert won't be able to defeat you now." Yang Yi thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. If it could reflect 70%, it represented that his opponent was only fighting him with 30% of his or her strength. Yang Yi's eyes lit up when he thought of this. "Remember." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Using that formation requires a huge amount of spirit energy. Based on your current strength, you can only use it once at most." Spirit energy? Yang Yi was stunned. He was about to speak when Snowy suddenly opened her eyes. She gazed at the mirror, and her eyes immediately lit up. Snowy embraced the mirror and knocked it with her paw, causing clear and resounding clangs to come from it. Snowy blinked and then blew on it. Countless strands of spirit energy instantly surged into it. In an instant, the mirror shook violently, and then a thin layer of light appeared around it. It was very beautiful. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then she pointed at the mirror. Yang Yi smiled. "It's yours." Snowy cracked a smile and went into the primordial pagoda with it. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man spoke softly. "Looks like spirit energy isn't an issue for you." Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. He really didn't have to worry about spirit energy while he had Snowy with him. The middle-aged man gazed at Nanli Ming, hesitated for a moment, and then sent a ray of white light in her direction. "Within it is some information about the primal era. It should be useful to you." Nanli Ming bowed slightly to him. "Thank you," and then she put the white light away. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "I left this last strand of vitality to wait for a successor. Unfortunately, after so many years, no one has come here. As for the both of you, none of you are suitable to be my successor." He flipped his palm, and a black scroll appeared there. He sent it over to Nanli Ming. "If you encounter someone who isn't bad, then give it to that person. Everything I know is in there." She hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I'll do my best." The man grinned. "Go on." Nanli Ming glanced at him, and his body had started to turn ethereal. An instant later, his body vanished. Nanli Ming and Yang Yi bowed slightly before leaving. They searched around, and it didn't take long for them to find the corpse of the woman's husband. It hadn't rotted. After all, had been an extraordinary expert in the past. Just like that, they brought the corpse back to the forest. In the forest, she gazed at the corpse for a long time, and then she looked at Yang Yi and flicked a black seal to him. The seal of suppression. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to take it. She said indifferently, "Leave." Yang Yi glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Senior, the dead cannot be resurrected. I hope you can get through this and you know nothing." Suddenly, she looked him in the eyes. "Get out now." Yang Yi's face stiffened, and then he shook his head and left. Nanli Ming glanced at her and just walked away without saying anything. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Don't go right after you leave the forest. The center of the battlefield is over there. If you encounter anything there, your strengths are probably insufficient to keep you alive." She took the corpse and walked off into the depths of the forest once she finished speaking. By a tomb deep within the forest, there were 2 names on the tomb. She placed the man's corpse into the uncovered casket. Suddenly, she gazed at his right hand, and he was holding something tightly in it. It was a strand of hair. Tears surged from her eyes when she saw the hair, and she hugged him tightly. All those years ago, high above in the clouds, he held her hand as she looked him in the eyes. "Can you not go?" He shook his head. "My brothers are all there, and the monarch needs us. She really wanted to ask him to take her with him, but she couldn't, because she was very weak, and she had no right to interfere in a battle of that level. He released her and said, "Wait for me. Wait for my return." He turned around and was about to leave. Meanwhile, she grabbed his hand and placed her hair within it. She said softly, "I'll wait for you." He nodded slightly and vanished into the boundless sky. This parting was eternal. Before the tomb, she gazed at the man in the casket, and a smile curled up on her face. "We couldn't be together in life, but we can be together in death." She entered the casket. It closed, and so did the tomb. Outside the forest, Yang Yi spoke softly, "Have you ever liked someone?" Nanli Ming glanced at him and said, "Like someone? Sorry, allow me to be honest, but it's better to like a dog than to like a man. At the very least, a dog won't betray you, right?" Yang Yi didn't know what to say in response. She gently combed her hair behind her ears. Women can only become truly strong if they do not love anyone. Because once they fall for someone, their minds deteriorate. Moreover, the words of most men cannot be trusted. Of course, their words can be trusted before they sleep with the woman. Before they sleep together, he will do anything she says. But once they do sleep together, Yang Yi shook his head. "You win." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. "Shall we go outside now?" She glanced to the right. She said that the center of the battlefield is over there. It's very dangerous, but it's definitely filled with fortune too. She gazed at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi shook his head. "What?" She smiled. "Afraid?" Yang Yi replied softly, "I'm satisfied with what I've already gained." He glanced to the right and continued, "People should always." Suddenly, Snowy appeared. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she looked to the right. There was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Yang Yi asked softly, "What is it?" Snowy pointed to the right, and then she started waving her paws. Something familiar. Snowy was telling him that she sensed a familiar aura, and she wanted to go over there. A familiar aura. Yang Yi glanced to the right and said, "You really want to go?" Snowy glanced to the right and nodded again. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "All right, then we'll go." Yang Yi gazed at Nanli Ming. "What about you?" She smiled brilliantly. "Of course I'm coming." Yang Yi nodded. "Then let's do this." They didn't head over immediately because it was getting dark, so they found a place to camp for the night. They hadn't met many people since coming here, but all they met were very, very strong. Especially the old man with a bamboo chest on his back, and that primal emperor. Even though he seemed very amiable, the primal emperor actually possessed terrifying strength. If Head wanted to kill them, then both he and Nanli Ming wouldn't be able to survive. Yang Yi glanced at Nanli Ming, who was seated cross-legged at the side, and entered the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi and Snowy went to a mountain. It was Aria's mountain. She's asked Su Qingshi to construct a palace for her too. But it wasn't huge, it was tiny even. In the palace, Aria was seated cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. Once Yang Yi and Snowy arrived, she opened her eyes and cracked a smile. Yang Yi walked over to Aria and spoke softly. "Aria, Qingshi said you haven't been yourself lately. What's wrong?" She gazed at him. "Big brother Yang, I may be about to advance." Yang Yi was delighted. "That's a good thing." She blinked. "I want to eat that dragon." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Snowy blinked, glanced at Yang Yi, and then gazed at Aria. Yang Yi gazed at Aria for a long time before he said, "Are you serious?" She nodded. "I really want to eat it, but I know doing that is wrong." Yang Yi sighed and walked over to her. He rubbed her head and said, "What's going on? Can you explain it to me?" She hesitated for a moment and told him about devouring the primal dragon croc. Something worth mentioning was that Shed advanced to the World Lord realm after digesting it. Yang Yi fell silent. She wanted to eat the primal true dragon, not because she wanted to use it to improve her strength, and it was because of her nature. Her nature was urging her to eat it. Not just the primal true dragon. If she hadn't treated Oxy as a friend, she would probably want to eat Oxy too. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll appeared in front of Yang Yi. She gazed at Aria and said, "Her nature is gradually awakening." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Tell that dragon to stay far away from her." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2379 Painful, Very Painful. Chapter 2379 Painful, Very Painful. Yang Yi gazed at Arya for a long time before he gazed at Sword Scroll. Do you know what her true form is? Sword Scroll glanced at the young girl and shook her head. Yang Yi recalled the armless and legless man below the ruins of the Northern Sword Sect, because based on how the man spoke, he seemed to be aware of Arya's origins. Unfortunately, the man didn't tell him. Meanwhile, Arya cracked a smile. Don't worry, I won't eat that little dragon. Yang Yi gazed at her and nodded slightly. I know. While her true form may be that of a great demon, she was still kind. After all, she had been raised by humans, so her mentality and character were no different than ordinary humans. Yet now, her nature was gradually coming out. Yang Yi didn't know if this was good or bad. He rubbed her head and said, If you need anything, just ask your big sis Qingshi or me. Understand? She nodded, hesitated for a moment and said, I want to go back and see my grandfather. Yang Yi replied, All right, we'll return to the village when we can. She smiled brilliantly. Yang Yi and Sword Scroll left the palace, but Snowy stayed within. According to her, she wanted to play with Arya. Void Mountain. At the Ascension platform, Yang Yi sat on the Ascension platform with Sword Scroll by his side. The Ascension platform was on a very tall mountain, and the scene throughout Void Mountain's mountain range could be seen from it. Sword Scroll took a step forward and pointed down at the ground below Void Mountain. The 100,000 swords beneath the mountain seemed to have received some sort of command, and they trembled violently while the Sky Sword platform on Void Mountain trembled as well. The sword formation is ready? Yang Yi gazed at her while speaking with a trace of excitement in his voice. Sword Scroll nodded slightly. I've repaired both sword formations. So long as we have sufficient spirit energy, we can activate them at any time. The formation with 100,000 swords is extremely powerful, and ordinary Limit Breaker realm experts won't be able to resist it at all. According to my estimations, even 2 World Realm experts won't be able to resist it. She gazed at the Sky Sword platform and continued, If this sword formation is included, I think instantly killing a 2 World Realm expert won't be difficult at all. Yang Yi glanced at Void Mountain and smiled. Presently, he wasn't alone. Not only did he have 2 sword formations, he had Arya and Oxy. Besides that, he had numerous precious treasures. It could be said that ordinary Limit Breaker realm experts would be no match for him. Even without those treasures, he was still confident in being able to kill an ordinary Limit Breaker realm expert. He could even fight 2 World Realm experts. As for 3 World Realm experts, his strength wasn't sufficient to fight them for now. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, Sword Scroll, are there many geniuses in Eternal Kingdom? She nodded slightly, yes, if compared to Eternal Border. After all, they are blessed by nature. It's like comparing a village and a city. Even if geniuses appear in the village, they can't compare to the geniuses of the city. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Do you want to return there? She replied without the slightest hesitation, I do. Yang Yi glanced at her, and he noticed a trace of icy coldness in her eyes. They chatted for a while, and then Yang Yi went to the cultivation room. He sat down cross-legged, and a white jade bottle was before him. It was the divine bloodhead obtained from the old man with a bamboo chest. There wasn't much blood there, only around 5 drops, but the energy they contained was extremely formidable. Yang Yi hesitated for a while and decided against it in the end. He wasn't completely confident in being able to refine and absorb a drop of the blood. Yang Yi put it away and closed his eyes slowly. Cultivate. Fortify his cultivation and cultivate primal profound energy. That was his goal right now, especially primal profound energy. Actually, the primal profound energy was a huge reason why he could swing his sword 4 times with the sword domain. It had very harsh requirements on physical strength and the strength of his arms. If he could attain the 3rd level of primal profound energy, the Heaven Shaker realm, then he would definitely be able to break through and advance to being capable of swinging his sword 5 times with the sword domain. Outside the primordial pagoda, Nanli Ming glanced at Yang Yi, and then she withdrew the thick scroll and started writing, The primal era, time trickled by, and the sun rose in the horizon. Nanli Ming rolled up the scroll, and Yang Yi appeared here again. He stood up, and his bones started to crack, especially his arms. A casual swing of them caused the space around them to ripple. Yang Yi took a deep breath, walked over to Nanli Ming and said, "Let's go." She nodded, stood up, and then started walking to the right of the forest. She suddenly asked, "What do you think?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "About what?" She replied softly, "That battle." While the desolate race had been forced to retreat, they hadn't been annihilated. "I think they'll be back." Yang Yi replied with a question. "What does that have to do with me?" She gazed at him, and he chuckled. "You aren't thinking of telling me to protect Eternal Kingdom, right?" Nanli Ming shook her head. "I'm talking about Eternal Border. If the desolate race appears again, they will definitely not spare Eternal Border. At that time, will you take Eternal Border's side?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "I'd have to be an idiot to do that. Look, so many people here want to kill me. Not only that, they want to take Snowy from me. So, if that day really does come, they'll tell Snowy to take all the spirit energy in Eternal Border, every last bit of it." She took a deep and long glance at him and remained silent. Actually, Yang Yi's strength wasn't very important to Eternal Border, and it was Snowy who was truly important. This sprite progenitor wasn't the same sprite progenitor from all those years ago. This one absolutely didn't care about the world. As far as this sprite progenitor was concerned, only Yang Yi was most important. If Yang Yi told her to take Eternal Border's side, she would. And if Yang Yi told her not to, then Nanli Ming knew that the little fellow would absolutely not take Eternal Border's side. The support of a sprite progenitor was too important. Nanli Ming didn't say anything else. Shed just asked casually, and the fate of Eternal Border actually didn't make much of a difference to her. Moreover, the desolate race may not even return. They sped up, and they saw more and more corpses. Corpses covered the area. Obviously, this battlefield had been sealed up before anyone had cleaned up. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from far away in the sky. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming exchanged glances, and then they went even faster. At a gorge, a sword cultivator was walking slowly with a sword in hand, and a corpse wasn't too far behind him. There was a hole in its forehead. A single attack. The sword cultivator continued deeper into the gorge. The gorge was huge. There were mountains on both sides of it, causing people to feel extremely small while standing within it. The sword cultivator glanced at the mountains on both sides, and countless auras on them moved away. It didn't take long for the sword cultivator to leave the gorge. Outside of it was a boundless grassland, and the grass there was very tall. The sword cultivator continued forward. Everywhere he passed, the grass parted to form a path. Suddenly, the ground before him shook, and then it cracked open to reveal a colossus that was crawling out from down below. It was huge like a hill. It was shaped like a tiger, with legs that were thick as pillars and very long. The colossus had a ferocious appearance, especially its eyes that were very vicious. Besides that, it had a pair of wings. The colossus gazed at the sword cultivator and growled, revealing two long fangs. The sword cultivator glanced at it without even a ripple in his gaze, and then he continued forward. It didn't take long for him to arrive just around 10 m away from it. As far as the demon was concerned, the sword cultivator's actions were a form of provocation. The ferocious demon beast roared furiously at the sword cultivator, and then it pounced at the sword cultivator. It was like a tiger pouncing at its prey, and the powerful impact it had caused space to crack open before it. The sword cultivator didn't stop, and then a ray of light flashed. The sword cultivator was behind the demon beast. The sword cultivator continued forward while the ferocious demon beast had stiffened on the spot behind him. A moment later, it crashed to the ground. A ray of light had pierced its stomach. Oh, the demon beast's eyes were opened wide, and its body was twitching incessantly. While it was still alive, it was just a matter of time before it died. The sword cultivator didn't turn around to strike the killing blow. It had been many years since Head swung his sword a second time against the same target. The reason that demon was still alive was because the sword cultivator hadn't aroused any desire to kill it. That attack hadn't struck any lethal points on it, but even then, the demon couldn't endure the might of it. The sword cultivator walked further and further away, and it didn't take long for him to vanish from the demon beast's field of vision. The demon beast closed its eyes in despair and awaited its end. It had sensed that the sword cultivator was dangerous, but it hadn't expected him to be this dangerous. The sword cultivator continued forward, and it didn't take long for him to stop. He was by the side of a cliff, and a bottomless abyss was before him. At the center of the abyss was a black chair. The chair just stood there. The sword cultivator closed his eyes slowly as he stood there, and then he took a step forward. The chair was in front of him once he took that step. Suddenly, a man appeared on the chair. He had his back to the sword cultivator, and his hair flowed down on the chair. The extremes of the sword Tao. The man spoke abruptly. "You're much stronger than that fellow who called himself the sword god all those years ago. Unfortunately, he couldn't even swing his sword before me." The sword cultivator looked down at his sword and spoke softly. "I really want to swing my sword seriously. Unfortunately, I've never had a chance. It's a painful, very painful feeling." Chapter 2380 No Limit. Chapter 2380 No Limit. Haha. The man on the chair suddenly started laughing, and his laughter reverberated through the world. All living beings in the area retreated before it and gazed in the abyss direction with fear. The sword cultivator's face was calm, and there wasn't even a slight fluctuation within his eyes. After laughing for a while, the man on the chair suddenly said, "Unfortunately, my main body isn't here. Otherwise, I'd like to see if I can make you swing a second time." The sword cultivator said, "I'll go look for you." The man shook his head slightly. "That isn't necessary. We'll meet very soon." The sword cultivator glanced at him, nodded, and walked away. Suddenly, the man said, "The limits of the sword Tao. Needless to say, you've really surprised me. However, do you know what lies after that?" The sword cultivator stopped but didn't speak. The man continued, "I hope you'll be able to overcome your current shackles before we meet again, because only then will I be a little interested in fighting you." The sword cultivator shook his head slightly. "Your limits are not my limits. My limits are no limits." He paused for a moment and continued, "Killing you will only take one swing." He vanished once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the man tapped the armrest of the chair and said, "No limits. Interesting." Suddenly, he looked to the side. Another extreme? Interesting. Interesting indeed. Haha. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming arrived at a gorge. The gorge stretched far into the distance, and divine senses were frequently sweeping toward them from both sides of it. However, the owners of those divine senses seemed to fear something and didn't charge at them. Yang Yi and Nanli Ming encountered a corpse on the way, and Yang Yi saw a hole from a sword on its forehead. They exchanged glances and continued forward. Once they left the gorge, Yang Yi and Nanli Ming arrived at the grassland. They saw the ferocious demon beast as they passed through it. At this moment, it was on the verge of death. Yang Yi glanced at its stomach, and then he looked off into the distance. Obviously, it was the sword cultivator who'd done that. Nanli Ming suddenly said, "This demon is at the two-world realm at the very least." Yang Yi glanced at it, and its eyes were closed tight. Obviously, it was waiting for death to arrive. Suddenly, Snowy appeared here. She glanced at the demon, hesitated for a while, and then flew over to it. After that, she blew lightly, and countless strands of spirit energy enveloped it. Moreover, it even sent a lot of primordial violet energy to it. Once Snowy's spirit energy and primordial violet energy surged into it, it opened its eyes slowly. Its gaze descended upon Snowy, and then it was stunned. Obviously, it had sensed her aura. Snowy patted it on the head, and then it gazed at Snowy for a long time before lowering its head slightly. Nanli Ming's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this. She was very well aware of what lowering their heads meant in the world of demon beasts. Submission. Nanli Ming felt that it was quite absurd. A powerful demon had submitted just like that? However, when she thought of Snowy's identity, she immediately came to an understanding. Snow was a sprite progenitor. A sprite progenitor. Nanli Ming shook her head. Could any monstrous genius even compare to Snowy? The answer was no. Yang Yi glanced at the ferocious demon beast, And then he asked inwardly, Sword Scroll, is this demon safe? This demon was a two-world realm expert at least, so if it attacked, it would be a serious issue for them. A moment of silence ensued, and then Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind, a primal vicious tiger. It's very vicious, but since it was willing to submit to Snowy, then it represents that it won't be a problem. In the world of great demons, once they lower their heads, they practically never go back on their word. Moreover, if it causes trouble in the primordial pagoda, it would be very easy to deal with it. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and he felt that it made sense. There was no one ordinary within the pagoda, especially those two sword formations that could be used now. Just like that, another powerful demon took up residence within the primordial pagoda, at the mountain range behind Void Mountain. It was where Yang Yi had prepared for all these demons because they preferred to reside in the mountains. However, Yang Yi knew that they were very territorial, so regardless of whether it was Oxy, the primal true dragon, or this new primal vicious tiger, had given them clear territories and prohibited them from act willfully. He didn't want them to enter into battle. While Oxy's cultivation and strength were inferior to the primal vicious tiger, if Oxy had the primordial axe of creation, it could still fight the primal vicious tiger. As for the primal true dragon, Yang Yi hadn't discovered anything special about it. However, he knew that fellows should not be weak. After all, it was a primal true dragon. Outside the pagoda, Nanli Meng glanced at Yang Yi and said, Congratulations, you've gained another powerful assistant. Now, I have to worry for those fellows in the outside world. A powerful demon. According to her knowledge, Yang Yi had two demons already within his primordial pagoda. Besides the mysterious young girl, those demons were absolutely capable of crushing ordinary limit breaker realm experts. Practically all the experts who were managing those powers in the outside world were just ordinary limit breaker realm experts. So, if they encountered Yang Yi, they would die before they even knew it, especially when Yang Yi had so many treasures. For example, the seal of suppression and that mirror. Even she didn't dare to say that she could deal with him. They continued forward, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at a cliff. They saw the chair below, and there was nothing on it. They exchanged glances and were about to head down there, but Snowy suddenly pointed to the right. Obviously, she wanted Yang Yi to go that way. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to go toward the right. Nanli Meng glanced down at the chair from the cliff, and then she followed Yang Yi. Actually, she wanted to go down and have a look, but she sensed danger, true danger. Her intuition told her not to go down there. She believed her intuition. Snowy led them to the right, and it didn't take long for them to arrive before an ocean of flowers. It was unlike the other areas here. It was filled with spirit energy, extremely abundant spirit energy, and the spirit energy here was a little special. It was almost similar to Snowy's spirit energy. Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then she sniffed. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surrounded her. Suddenly, a woman in a white dress appeared in the ocean of flowers. Yang Yi had met her in the past. It had been in the rear mountains of Eternal Village. The sprite progenitor. She turned around and waved at Snowy. The latter hesitated for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Snowy cracked a smile at Yang Yi and flew over to her. Snowy had slight bewilderment in her eyes as she gazed at the woman. The woman rubbed Snowy's head lightly. I was worried that this world would be without a sprite progenitor. Luckily, the heavens never go to such extremes. A ray of white light suddenly appeared in her grasp, and then a white key appeared around Snowy's neck. Snowy grabbed the white key in her paw and looked up at the woman with a questioning gaze in her eyes. The woman grinned. Sprite Hall's key. From this moment onward, you are the next master of Sprite Hall. Right, there are lots of treasures in there. All of them are yours now. Treasures. Snowy's eyes lit up when she heard that. The woman shook her head and smiled, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Since she's a sprite progenitor, she has some responsibilities, and she must shoulder them. Yang Yi replied with a question. Why should she? Responsibilities? That had nothing to do with Snowy. He didn't want Snowy to have some responsibilities for no reason. Why? The woman walked over to him. Because she's the sprite progenitor. Yang Yi shook his head, As far as I'm concerned, she's not a sprite progenitor. She's just Snowy. How ignorant. The woman closed her eyes slowly. I feel a little regretful that I didn't kill you that day. You'll only bring harm to her. Snowy was immediately furious when she heard the woman, and then she flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder and glared angrily at the woman. The intimacy Snowy had displayed toward the woman had vanished completely. Senior. Meanwhile, Nanli Meng spoke abruptly. She is a sprite progenitor, but it doesn't represent that she must shoulder any responsibilities. Or I should say that you should force your will onto her, right? The woman glanced at Nanli Meng and shook her head. Do you know why sprite progenitors possess a special status? Nanli Meng shook her head. She explained. It's because sprite progenitors can control spirit energy and summon the spirit of all things. Only by grasping all of that can she possess that special status, and only then will some people and powers fear her. Otherwise, even if she becomes a sprite progenitor, she still may be imprisoned and become someone or some power's private property. This responsibility is mostly for her own protection. Nanli Meng fell silent. Snowy didn't have the ability to protect herself at all right now. Meanwhile, the woman gazed at Yang Yi. Her identity made her bound to be extraordinary. If she's ordinary, only death awaits. Understand? Yang Yi fell silent. Her gaze descended onto Snowy again. She pointed at the key on Snowy's neck. If you go to Eternal Kingdom in the future, there's a place called Myriad Mountains. An old man lives there, and you can go seek his help if you encounter trouble. He owes me a favor, so he can help you. Of course, the precondition is that he's still alive. Her figure gradually turned ethereal once she finished speaking. However, right when she was about to vanish completely, she suddenly looked to the right and frowned. Leave. Right now. Chapter 23, 81 Like Me. Chapter 23, 81 Like Me. As soon as she said those words, she stretched out her hand to the right and clenched it. In an instant, an invisible spirit energy barrier appeared over 1 kilometer to Yang Yi and Nanli Meng's right, and it overlapped into an extremely thick wall. Meanwhile, Nanli Meng suddenly grabbed Yang Ye's shoulder and brought him along as she vanished into the distance. Yang Yi noticed that she had an extremely solemn expression on her face. Over 1 kilometer away, a huge palm was shooting in their direction, and it didn't take long for it to arrive before the barriers that the sprite progenitor had created. However, with just a light wave, the barrier collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, Nanli Meng seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and turned around. At this moment, both of them saw the hand. Nanli Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a golden leaf appeared in her grasp. An instant later, it transformed into a ray of golden light that shot into the sky. Golden light filled the sky. Countless rays of golden light rippled toward the hand like waves. The hand shook slightly, and then a voice resounded. Ants. The hand was waved lightly once the voice resounded. It was like the autumn breeze sweeping away the leaves, and the golden light in the sky instantly vanished without a trace. Nanli Meng's face fell from the sight of this. The enemy's strength far surpassed her expectations. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took a step forward, and then the sword formation beneath Void Mountain started to tremble. How laughable! Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a chair appeared in the sky. An instant later, a wave of powerful pressure enveloped Yang Yi and Nanli Meng. Suffocating, Yang Yi and Nanli Meng exchanged glances, and then she laughed bitterly. We're probably dead this time. I never expected that I would die by a man's side. Yang Yi looked up at the chair in the sky while he tightened his grip on the sword precursor. He knew that both of them were no match for the expert on that chair. However, even if he was no match for that person, he planned to fight. The man on the chair suddenly said, I didn't expect a sprite progenitor to appear in Eternal Border and not Eternal Kingdom after these countless years. Looks like the heavens do not stand with Eternal Kingdom anymore. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. You are from the desolate race? The man smiled. What? You plan to beg for mercy? Yang Yi chuckled. Would you spare us? Yes. The man continued. If you kneel down and beg me, I can let both you and that woman leave. As far as I'm concerned, both of you are so weak that I'm not interested in you at all. Yang Yi was about to speak when a ray of sword energy shot through the sky and shot straight at the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he clenched his right fist before slamming it at the sword energy. The sword energy arrived. Hiss! It seemed like something was torn open in the sky, and the entire sky fell silent. Meanwhile, a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe appeared in the sky. He walked over to the chair and looked the man in the eyes. The strong should not act like you. A smile curled up on the corners of the man's mouth. Then how do you think the strong should act? He thought for a moment and replied, like me. Haha. The man on the chair suddenly roared with laughter. What a sentiment. Sword cultivator. He'll remember this, and he'll come for your head soon. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure and the chair gradually turned ethereal. Right when he was about to completely vanish, the sword cultivator before him nodded. He'll be waiting. The man in the chair vanished completely. The sword cultivator turned around, and then he was in front of Yang Yi and Nanli Ming. His gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Can we have a talk? Yang Yi smiled, of course. Nanli Ming said, I'll wait for you over there. She was about to leave once she finished speaking, but the sword cultivator suddenly said, Your Tao isn't bad. Her figure stiffened, and then she gazed at him. Really? He grinned. There are a myriad of Das, and all of them are extraordinary. Of course, it depends on the person. Nanli Ming smiled. Can I record you? He glanced at the thick scroll in her grasp. Suddenly, he flicked a ray of sword energy into it, and a ray of sword energy appeared at the end of the scroll. Nanli Ming bowed slightly to him. Thank you. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she turned around and left. The sword cultivator gazed at Yang Yi. Walk with me. Yang Yi nodded. Both sword cultivators walked off to the side. Meanwhile, Snowy kept sizing up the sword cultivator while standing on Yang Yi's shoulder. The sword cultivator said, What do you think someone truly strong is like? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, People like us. The sword cultivator shook his head and smiled. He looked down at his sword, and Yang Yi's gaze descended upon it as well. The sword trembled, and then it left its sheath and went over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and took it, and the sword did not resist. It was the sword the unfettered one had destroyed all those years ago, the same sword Yang Yi had encountered by chance and repaired. At this moment, it clearly recognized Yang Yi, and so it had taken the initiative to greet him. The sword cultivator said, It still recognizes you. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at the unfettered one and waited for him to continue. The unfettered one grinned. All those years ago, I gained comprehension by chance in the sword sect, and so I abandoned everything and sought the Tao everywhere. This went on until I found my heart, and then I've continued until now. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued. During this process, I've met many, many people, but only a few have been able to stay in my memories. One of them is your father. He's a person I admire. While your father's strength cannot compare to that man on the chair just now, as far as I'm concerned, your father is a truly strong person. Moreover, if your father was still alive, his future accomplishments would definitely be able to surpass that man from before. Unfortunately, his emotions were too deep. Yang Yi looked the unfettered one in the eyes, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. The unfettered one smiled. The strong? What is a truly strong person? He gazed at Yang Yi. Do you know in what aspect I've lost to you? He lost to me? Yang Yi was puzzled. The unfettered one smiled. My sword is willing to be your sword. I'm sure you can sense that it doesn't reject you. However, your sword of blood will never be my sword. The sword precursor. Would the sword precursor be willing to become the unfettered one's sword? If she was given a chance to choose between them, it was obvious that she would choose Yang Yi. They had a relationship. There were true emotions between them. Meanwhile, the unfettered one continued, My strength is superior to you, but your sword and sprite progenitor won't follow me because of that. One of the reasons I feel you are worth the wait is how sincere you are toward others. He glanced at the little fellow on Yang Yi's shoulder and smiled. The world thinks of her as a sprite progenitor, but in your heart, she's just a loved one. He suddenly patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. There is too much karma coiled around you, and you care about too much. You wish to protect everything, and that is why you keep strengthening yourself. Your strength and my strength are completely different. You become stronger for the sake of protecting, and I become stronger purely for the sake of becoming stronger. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. But am no match for you. The unfettered one grinned. That's because I was born countless years before you. Moreover, a path of emotion is much more difficult than a path without emotion. As they say, it takes years to change your ways for the better, but it takes days to become bad. Being emotionless is to abandon everything. It's not difficult for a ruthless person. However, the path of emotion is different. It is responsibility. Abandoning responsibility is easy, but consciously shouldering it is difficult, very difficult. He looked up at the sky. Among the myriad of grand das, the Tao of emotion is at the top. Because tell me, if this world is without emotion, what kind of world would it be? But now, emotions are gradually being abandoned by everyone because the path of emotions is the most difficult to thread. Yang Yi fell silent. Emotions? Actually, he hadn't given it much thought, nor had he thought about eternal life. Since the very beginning, the most important thing to him was that everyone by his side remained by his side. Unfortunately, nothing ever went as planned. The unfettered one smiled and said, "There's nothing interesting to me left in this world. Once we part this time, I don't know when we'll meet again, but I hope that we can fight when we meet again. I hope we can really fight. Of course, there's one more thing. I hope you remember that we're from profounder continent, and it's our initial world." He vanished once he finished speaking. The unfettered one's sword tapped Yang Yi's hand lightly, and then it vanished into the sky. Profounder continent. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head and smiled. He'll never forget that. He walked off into the distance with Snowy. At the entrance to the primal battlefield, around 8 Limit Breaker Realm experts were gathered here. Among them was the master of the longevity sect, Li Changsheng, the master of the freedom sect, Imo Daozi, the creation sect's master, Yuan Xiao, and Han Feier, the master of the immortality sect were all here, waiting. They were waiting for that sword cultivator. Besides them, there were some other experts, the first to have rushed back from the Eternal River. The primal battlefield was the greatest resource possessed by those powers, and now that the unfettered one had destroyed the restrictions on it, it was no different than provocation to them. Thus, they unanimously decided that they should make an example of him. The leader of the group was the master of the longevity sect, Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng glanced at the door and said, "Everyone, that sword cultivator may be a little strong, and I think he's probably at the peak of the one-world realm. He may even be at the two-world realm. So, please do not hold back later. Use your full strength and kill him with a single blow." Chapter 2382 I Want to Kill. Chapter 2382 I Want to Kill. They nodded upon hearing Li Changsheng. The primal battlefield was a precious resource for all of them, and they wouldn't allow anyone else to get a piece of it. That sword cultivator had openly destroyed their restrictions, and that was no different than a form of provocation. They planned to make an example of him. All of them waited quietly. Around an hour later, a sword cultivator walked out slowly from the door. The auras of the experts here immediately swept out, and they surged toward the sword cultivator. In an instant, the sword cultivator was trapped on the spot. He glanced at them. "What are you doing?" Li Changsheng walked over to him and laughed coldly. "What are we doing? Do you know that the primal battlefield belongs to us? Yet you destroyed the restrictions here. That's no different than provoking us. So, what do you think we want?" The sword cultivator glanced at Li Changsheng. "I don't want to swing my sword." "Why?" Li Changsheng smiled. "You're afraid?" The sword cultivator shook his head. "You're too weak. But it's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he was behind Li Changsheng, and the latter's body had stiffened. His eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. The sword cultivator didn't say anything, and just walked off slowly. It didn't take long for him to vanish from everyone's fields of vision. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng's head fell off his neck. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Everyone here turned ghastly pale and were petrified on the spot. dead. The master of the longevity sect had died just like that, and they hadn't even been able to see the sword cultivators attack. Their expressions turned extremely unsightly. They had been ignored. The sword cultivator had ignored them. Why? Because they were too weak. Just thinking of that made their faces grow even more unsightly. In the primal battlefield, at the peak of the gorge, Yang Yi and Nanli Ming stopped there. The primal vicious tiger was in front of them. Yang Yi gazed at Nanli Ming. "You can leave first if you're busy." Nanli Ming smiled. "Since we came together, we should leave together, of course." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he entered the primordial pagoda. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged and withdrew the bottle of blood. He poured out a drop and swallowed it. As soon as it entered his stomach, Yang Yi felt like head swallowed a molten red block of metal. It hurt. Yang Yi hurriedly firmed his mind and started absorbing the energy within it. The energy within the blood surged incessantly through his body, and it made his body burn up. Sword Scroll's expression changed slightly from the sight of it. The god blood far surpassed her expectations. Fortunately, Yang Yi had an endless supply of primordial violet energy to repair his body, so it wouldn't be destroyed by the blood in a short while. However, Sword Scroll was still quite worried that Yang Yi wouldn't be able to hold on. Outside the primordial pagoda, Nanli Ming glanced at the primal vicious tiger before her, and a smile curled up on her face. It wasn't just vigilant toward the living beings in the surroundings, it was vigilant toward her too. But it made sense to her. Because not to mention Yang Yi trusting her, even she didn't truly trust Yang Yi. They weren't really friends yet. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi's figure grew redder and redder. In the end, it was like his figure was being roasted. It was extremely horrifying. Sword Scroll's face was extremely solemn, and she was ready to help at any moment. A long time passed before Yang Yi suddenly frowned because countless strands of consciousness had appeared in his mind. Consciousness. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to figure out where they'd come from. It was the remnants of the consciousness of the blood's owner. At this moment, it was actually trying to unconsciously suppress his own consciousness. Yang Yi was shocked and hurriedly suppressed it. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Yang Yi's forehead. The consciousness strength far surpassed his imagination. Even if he used his full strength, he couldn't do anything to it. Conversely, it was ceaselessly suppressing his own consciousness. If this continued, it would take control of his body. Become another person? Ferocity covered Yang Yi's face when he thought of this. He would absolutely not allow himself to become someone else. Yang Yi's face grew in ferocity, and in the end, it had warped. Sword Scroll's frown deepened from the sight of this. A long time passed before an explosion resounded in Yang Yi's sea of consciousness, and then blood sprayed from all 7 of Yang Yi's apertures. However, a smile appeared on her face. Sword Scroll had been quite shocked, but she was stunned again when she saw the smile on his face. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his body was undergoing a transformation too. A short while later, Yang Yi's body stopped changing, but his aura was growing stronger and stronger as if it had no end to it. Actually, his aura had surpassed the true Void Realm, and even true World Realm experts couldn't compare to it. Sword Scroll frowned. He's advancing 2 realms at once? Advancing too quickly wasn't a good thing. The faster one advanced, the weaker one's realm of cultivation would be. It was due to a weak foundation, and a weak foundation would make one's cultivation crumble from the slightest impact. Suddenly, Yang Yi's aura grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it was no different than Yang Yi's initial aura. Sword Scroll's pupils constricted slightly. Yang Yi took a deep breath and stood up, and then he glanced at his body. At this moment, his body was no different than it had been. But his body had attained the true world realm. An improvement in the body. But his cultivation hadn't improved, and had even suppressed it back to the true Tao realm. The true Tao realm. At this moment, Head descended from the true Void realm to the true Tao realm. She spoke solemnly. "What did you do?" He gazed at her and smiled. "You can see it for yourself." She was puzzled. "Why?" Yang Yi spoke softly. "When I swallowed that drop of god blood, remnants of that god's consciousness remained within it. It could be said that if I wanted to, I could immediately attain the true world realm, but I want to try going in the opposite direction. The opposite? She frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yang Yi smiled. I want to keep suppressing my cultivation until the day I can't do it anymore, and then let it erupt. I want to see what will happen then. An erupting volcano. That was what Sword Scroll thought of. The longer a volcano accumulated its magma, the more powerful the eruption would be when it eventually erupted. Yang Yi clearly wanted to treat himself like a volcano and keep tempering himself without end. Sword Scroll fell silent for a long time and said, if you suppress your cultivation, your strength, it won't reduce but increase instead. Yang Yi smiled. My sword Dao and strength do not grow weaker because of my suppressed cultivation. Conversely, the more I suppress it, the stronger my foundation is, and the stronger it'll be in the future. He looked out of the cultivation room and continued, Tianxiu is just at the true world realm, but her strength is sufficient to annihilate Limit Breaker realm experts with ease, and even 2-world and 3-world realm experts are no match for her. Her foundation is unprecedentedly powerful. Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi. How long do you plan to suppress yourself? Yang Yi smiled. Until I can't. During this period, I will keep strengthening my body, soul, and sword Dao while my cultivation stays as an auxiliary aspect. My strength and sword Dao will be the main focus. She thought for a moment and nodded. I've never seen anyone who suppressed their cultivation, but I think it can work. You can temper your foundation to the extreme while suppressing your cultivation, and it'll be very useful for your future advancement. However, you must understand that if you suppress it for too long, it'll be like blowing in a balloon with all your might, and you can make it huge, but it may explode. Yang Yi smiled, I understand. I'll keep it within my limits. She sized up Yang Yi and said, presently, ordinary Limit Breaker realm experts are no match for you. Limit Breaker realm experts? Yang Yi grinned. I can kill them in an instant. She grinned. Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda, and he went to the rear of Void Mountain instead. He went to the primal true dragon's territory. It was lying on a rock and seemed to be sleeping. Yang Yi noticed that it was many times larger than before, and its aura was much, much stronger. It was because of the fruit. Sword Scroll had told him that since it ate the fruit Snowy gave it, the primal true dragon had been sleeping all day, and then its size and aura were growing every day. Sleeping was cultivating. That was what Sword Scroll told him. It was blessed by nature. If it hadn't encountered extraordinary monsters like Arya and Snowy, the primal true dragon would be an extremely rare existence. Unfortunately, it wasn't rare at all before Snowy and Arya. Yang Yi didn't disturb it and went to Oxy's territory. Oxy nodded slightly to greet him upon noticing his arrival. Yang Yi walked over to Oxy and sized up the ladder. Oxy was at the peak of the World Lord realm right now, and if it was given the primordial axe of creation, it wouldn't be any weaker to the primal vicious tiger that was at the 2-world realm. Yang Yi patted Oxy on the shoulder and left. He visited Arya's palace again, played with Arya and Snowy for a while, and then left the pagoda. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi gazed at Nanli Ming and said, Come on, it's time to go outside. She smiled. You're going out openly? Yang Yi grinned. What else? She gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi turned to face the direction of the primal battlefield's exit. I want to kill today. Chapter 2383 I Don't Like It. Chapter 2383 I Don't Like It Kill. He wasn't a magnanimous person, and he always treated people the same way they treated him. Kindness had to be repaid 100-fold, and enmity had to be repaid 100-fold too. Yang Yi sent the primal vicious tiger back into the primordial pagoda, and then he walked toward the exit with Nanli Ming. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something as they walked and gazed at her. There should be a power supporting you too, right? The Southern Villa, she explained softly, an organization that focuses on gathering intelligence. It has information on all the worlds. Of course, it's the major events of those worlds. For example, the war between the Undying Race and Void Spirit Race of the large universe. We gained information about it quite some time in advance. Yang Yi asked, What's your status in it? Nanli Ming smiled, an honorary elder without any real authority. Actually, we're just using each other. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Were they among those who attacked Tianxiu? She shook her head, no. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes, and she shook her head and chuckled. I'm not lying. They really weren't. While they covet your snowy too, they didn't go to extremes. Yang Yi asked, who participated then? She hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. Vengeance never ends. How about I help you mediate between them? You can all sit down and have a chat. Chat about it? Yang Yi grinned. How? She said, allow me to be honest, your current strength does completely crush those ordinary limit breaker realm experts outside, but they have existed for countless years, so they still have some resources and reserves. Moreover, their real experts are at the Eternal River, and they are on the way back. Seriously, if you choose to fight, this slaughter will go on for very, very long. She paused for a moment and continued, there's the Guardians too. They won't take your side. Yang Yi said, they joined the attack on Tianxiu, right? She nodded, they did. Yang Yi replied indifferently, as the Guardians of Eternal Border, shouldn't they be fair? Nanli Ming replied, they are, at many times. However, it depends on the person they face too. I'm sure you're aware that there's no absolute fairness in the world. Yang Yi nodded, I understand. He stopped at this point because the exit was right before him. Nanli Ming looked at Yang Yi. Are you really going to take this path? I can tell you for a fact that if you do take this path, it will bring you on a road of endless slaughter. It's no different than fighting all the strongest powers in Eternal Border. Yang Yi walked over to her. Is it I who wish to fight them, or is it they who wish to fight me? As for what you spoke about meditating, you should know very well that they won't accept it. Unless I kill until blood flows into rivers and corpses cover the world, and once they find that they are no match for me, only then will they be willing to negotiate with me and seek peace. Right? She gazed at him for a long time before shaking her head and sighing, good luck. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out of the door and vanished. Only Yang Yi remained here. Yang Yi roared with laughter and left with his sword in hand. A ray of light flashed, and then Yang Yi appeared outside. He glanced at the surroundings and soared up into the air. However, it didn't take long for an old man to appear before him. Yang Yi didn't recognize the old man. The old man glanced at him. I didn't expect you to be so daring to actually dare to return to Eternal Border. Yang Yi suddenly asked, what's your name? The old man laughed coldly. I'm the vice sect master of the creation sect, Emocian. Yang Yi nodded, and then he appeared before the old man and drew his sword from its sheath. Heavenrend. It was Heavenrend, a technique Yang Yi hadn't used in a very long time. At the instant his sword was drawn, the world turned ethereal. Heavenrend focuses upon explosive force. It relied on speed and ferocity. But in order to accomplish that, a strong body was required, and he didn't just possess a strong body now, he had profound primal energy too. Besides that, his control of energy far surpassed what it had ever been. It could be said that his current Heavenrend far surpassed the Heavenrends he executed in the past. As soon as Yang Yi swung his sword, Emocian's expression changed drastically. At this moment of danger, he stomped his right foot down and shot backward. However, no matter how he shot back, there was always a sword descending from above him. At this moment, Emocian panicked. He clenched his right fist. Crack! The space around his fist exploded apart, and then he slammed his fist at Yang Yi. The strength of a world. His fist could destroy a world. The sword and fist collided. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man's right arm was instantly obliterated. At the same time, he was blasted away. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! It shot through the old man's stomach. The old man's eyes opened wide while disbelief filled them. Yang Yi's attack had only carried the strength to destroy a single world, but it was much, much stronger than the strength to destroy a world which he possessed. There was a talisman in the old man's grasp. He wanted to crush it and notify his sect of Yang Yi's strength. Unfortunately, he wasn't even able to crush it before a ray of sword energy sliced his body into bits. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and left. The sword ruins. Yang Yi came to the sword ruins again. Jian Yu was seated before a tree, and a huge sword was by her side. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked to the side. Yang Yi was there. She sized up Yang Yi and asked, "You're been to the Northern Sword Sect?" Yang Yi nodded. She fell silent for a short while and asked, "Do you know why it was annihilated?" Yang Yi nodded, a little. She gazed at him and waited silently for him to explain. Yang Yi explained, "Its sect master flaunted his ability too much. In short, it was done by the experts from the Eternal Universe." The Eternal Universe. Jian Yu fell silent for a long time, and then she looked into the depths of the sword ruins. "Actually, my clan guessed so, because that sword is very likely to have come from the Eternal Universe." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "What do you plan to do now?" Yang Yi smiled. "What do you think I should do?" She fell silent. What should he do? Because of Snowy, it could be said that reconciliation was impossible between Yang Yi and those other powers, unless Yang Yi was willing to give Snowy to them. So long as he did that, they would definitely not pursue him further. No one was willing to offend Yang Yi for no reason right now. But would Yang Yi give them Snowy? The answer was an absolute no. Jian Yu shook her head slightly. "Good luck." She closed her eyes slowly once she finished speaking. Yang Yi nodded. "No matter what happens, thank you for helping me in the past. Feel free to ask if you need my help." Jian Yu fell silent for a short while before she said, "All right." Yang Yi didn't say anything else and just left. Jian Yu sighed softly on the spot. Yang Yi hadn't gone far before an old man in a black robe appeared in front of him. At the same time, a wave of powerful aura obstructed Yang Yi's path. Yang Yi stopped and had a calm expression on his face. It was because he was well aware that from the moment Head openly left the primal battlefield, trouble would come for him. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I'm a guardian." "A guardian?" Yang Yi glanced at the old man. He hadn't expected the guardians to be the first to come for him. A smile arose on Yang Yi's lips. "What? Do you need something?" The old man spoke indifferently. "You possess the strength of the Limit Breaker realm. According to the rules, you cannot stay in Eternal Border." "Rules?" Yang Yi walked slowly toward the old man. "Tell me, who made those rules?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yang Yi, these rules were set during the Primal Era. Everyone must follow them. Don't overestimate yourself." "Overestimate myself?" Yang Yi stopped and grinned. "Don't speak about the rules to me. So many Limit Breaker realm experts attacked Tianxiu that day. Where were you then? Did you care about the rules?" "Of course, I understand. The rules have always had a double standard. The rules are for others, not yourselves." "I understand. I really do." Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of the old man. His sword left its sheath. A sword howl resounded, and then a brilliant ray of sword energy lit up the sky. The old man's expression changed drastically as he shot backward repeatedly. But the sword energy refused to stay away from him. At the critical moment, the old man disregarded everything in this moment of horror, and his profound energy surged out while a golden barrier appeared above him. Defense. At this moment, he could only think of putting up a defense, because Yang Yi's attack far surpassed his expectations, and it wasn't something he could resist at all. The sword descended. Bang! The golden barrier instantly shattered, and the old man was blasted away. Meanwhile, another ray of sword energy flashed, and then a sword pressed against the old man's forehead. The old man looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Yang Yi, am a guardian here. If you kill me," hiss. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword stabbed forward. It pierced through the old man's forehead, and blood sprayed. The old man's eyes opened wide. "I'm dead? Yang Yi really dares to kill a guardian?" Yang Yi sheathed his sword and spoke softly. "I don't like this rule. So, from this moment onward, it has no reason to exist." Chapter 2384 Snowy is very angry. Chapter 2384 Snowy is very angry. Once Yang Yi killed the guardian, clamorous noise filled the top powers of Eternal Border. Head killed a guardian. The guardians were those who managed the order of a world. Perhaps their strength wasn't at the top, but their identity was extremely special. Of course, it wasn't the identity itself that was special, but the organization. It was an organization which had existed since the ancient times, and they called themselves the Guardians for generations. They did not interfere in conflicts of the outside world and merely protected the world itself. If it wasn't for them, eternal border would have shattered a long time ago. It could be said that practically all experts would give them face. It wasn't the first time someone had openly killed a guardian, but it had been a very, very long time since them. No matter what, Yang Yi had once again appeared within their gazes. However, Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi they once knew. White Emperor City. After he killed the guardian, Yang Yi went to White Emperor City. The city governor laughed bitterly when he saw Yang Yi. As far as he was concerned, he felt both joy and worry. He was happy that Yang Yi was much stronger now, and worried because Yang Yi's troubles had not been solved. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, they'll deal with everything. Meanwhile, Bai Jixin appeared by Yang Yi's side. It was she had asked him to come here with her. Yang Yi gazed at her. You two talk. They'll wait outside. His figure shot off onto the city walls. As he gazed at her, the old man sighed softly. Jixin, since you're chosen him, I won't say anything, but you should be aware of the situation that he's in. Bai Jixin replied softly, after staying with him, I realized he isn't a bloodthirsty person. Conversely, he doesn't even want to kill. But for all kinds of reasons, he has been forced onto the path of slaughter. He isn't wrong. It's the world that is wrong. It's he who doesn't fit in this world. The old man shook his head. When does a world ever try to conform to someone? She smiled. So, he's a special person. Of course, you can call him a rash fool too. The old man replied solemnly, according to my knowledge, the experts at Eternal River are rushing back, and many of them are old geezers. These old geezers are able to enter the Eternal River, and they will never give up on that sprite progenitor. Bai Jixin closed her eyes slowly. He won't give her up. Snowy. She hadn't known Snowy for long, but she could sense the relationship Yang Yi and Snowy had. It could be said that the little fellow's status in Yang Yi's heart wasn't any lower than them. So, it was impossible to make him abandon Snowy. The old man shook his head. Take care of yourself. Bai Jixin knelt before him, and then she took up and left a short while later. She had come to bid her farewells. Of course, it may be forever. If Yang Yi could get through this, it would just be a farewell for now. But if Yang Yi couldn't, it would be an eternal farewell. Bai Jixin didn't say anything more and just left. She naturally couldn't stay here. If she did, the flames of war would burn to White Emperor City. Moreover, she could leave Yang Yi either. On the city walls, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and Bai Jixin was by his side. He took her hand and smiled. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Yang Yi took Bai Jixin away from White Emperor City, and along with their departure, some divine senses in the surroundings vanished as well. Their target was Yang Yi, not White Emperor City. They had thought about using it to threaten Yang Yi, but they felt that it wasn't realistic. If Bai Jixin was here, then using her to threaten Yang Yi may work. Unfortunately, she was with Yang Yi. Once those people hiding in the shadows left, a huge net started to form, and its prey was Yang Yi. Yang Yi went to Sword Sky City. At the main peak of Sword Sky City, a ray of light descended and dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. A short while later, the city governor, Fentianyu, appeared before Yang Yi. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's speed of growth was far, far too fast. Yang Yi cupped his fist to Fentianyu and said, Senior, I'm here to ask about in Nanjing. Do you know anything about her whereabouts? In Nanjing, he naturally hadn't forgotten her. Now, as far as he was concerned, the most important matter at hand was locating her. Fentianyu shook his head slightly. She vanished after going to the divine martial world. I did send people there, but they couldn't find her, nor could they find where she went. The divine martial world. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He knew that he had to find an opportunity to pay that place a visit. An opportunity? Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. Why would he need that? He could go right now. Yang Yi thanked Fentianyu and was about to leave, but Fentianyu seemed to be hesitant to say something. Yang Yi stopped when he noticed this. Senior, please be frank if you have something to say. Fen Tianyu sighed softly and said, I have a request. Based on your natural talent and strength, you'll definitely go to the Eternal River in the future. If you go there, please help me see if my founding ancestor is alive. The Eternal Sword Master. Yang Yi nodded slightly. All right. Fen Tianyu bowed. Thank you. Yang Yi didn't say another word and just left. The complicated emotions in his eyes grew denser as he watched Yang Yi leave. What was a monstrous genius? Yang Yi, was it? Actually, Fen Tianyu felt very lucky. He felt lucky that had chosen to become friends with Yang Yi, and that was why, besides those powers from the Eternal River, Sword Sky City could be considered as the strongest power in Eternal Border. Moreover, Sword Sky City and the other powers that remained on the surface of Eternal Border had swallowed the territory of the other clans. Because besides the Nanli clan, all the other clans had left Eternal Border. They had to vanish, because they didn't have the strength to go against the other powers. It could be said that all the powers who hadn't chosen to go against Yang Yi had gained tremendously because of that decision. Not only had they been able to preserve their strength, they had been able to take a share of the territory which had belonged to those powers annihilated by Yang Yi. As for the battle between Yang Yi and the powers from Eternal River, it had nothing to do with them. If Yang Yi won, it would definitely be good news for Sword Sky City because they had quite a good relationship with Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi owed them a favor. However, if Yang Yi lost, they didn't lose much. Because those powers from Eternal River didn't have any conflicts of interest with Sword Sky City. Those powers only had a single objective, and it was the Eternal River. So, no matter what, Sword Sky City would be one of the final victors. After he left Sword Sky City, Yang Yi shot through space on his sword toward World Mountain. However, 3 old men obstructed his path when he was about to get there. While they were One World Realm experts, their auras were thick and couldn't be compared to by ordinary One World Realm experts, especially the gray-robed old man who led the group. The old man's aura was extremely powerful and on par with a 2 World Realm expert. Yang Yi glanced at them and smiled. Quite a few wish to kill me. I wonder which power you're from? Please let me know so I know who I'm killing. The gray-robed old man was calm as he glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. The Guardians. The Guardians? Yang Yi nodded. I didn't expect you to be here so soon. Yang Yi. The gray-robed old man looked him in the eyes. We Guardians have been protecting Eternal Border since forever, and we've rendered great contribution to Eternal Border. All powers and extraordinary experts give us some face, but you slaughtered one of us. You. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy tore through the air toward the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swung his fist forward. Bang! The sword energy vanished without a trace, while the old man swiftly pulled his hand behind his back. There was an injury on it. At this moment, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Yang Yi walked in their direction as he said, I killed a guardian? Let me ask you why I cannot kill you? Because you're guardians? The old man spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, you're breaking the rules. If you act willfully like this, you'll be pursued and killed by the people of this world. Then I'll slaughter everyone in this world. Yang Yi's face was ferocious. Old bastard. Just cut the crap. Your target is Snowy, right? Snowy is with me, so come get her if you dare. A sword howl resounded from Yang Yi's sword sheath. The 3 of them gazed at Yang Yi with extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, yet didn't attack. He crushed a talisman in his grasp instead. A short while later, numerous powerful auras shot over here from afar. In the primordial pagoda, on the ascension platform, a white little fellow suddenly leaped up onto the ascension platform. There was a gourd and a mirror hanging by the little fellow's waist. She shot a glance upward, and then seriousness appeared on her face. She glanced at the surroundings, and then her gaze stopped on the mountains behind Void Mountain before gesturing in that direction. A short while later, a black shadow shot up into the air, and then Oxy appeared by Snowy's side. Snowy patted Oxy on the shoulder, and then she raised her paw. An axe appeared in her paw. After that, she passed it to Oxy, and the latter took it without hesitation. Suddenly, another primal demon appeared on the ascension platform. It was the primal vicious tiger. It glanced at Oxy with a trace of fear in its eyes. Oxy's cultivation wasn't as high as its, but Oxy had a divine treasure while it didn't. Meanwhile, Arya appeared by Snowy's side too. She licked her tonghulu while sizing up the primal vicious tiger from time to time. It was like she was looking at a delicious feast. Her gaze made the primal vicious tiger extremely uncomfortable. However, it clearly feared Arya and didn't dare to go against her. Snowy looked left and right, and it didn't take long for her to get slightly angry. It was because the primal true dragon hadn't come. It actually hadn't come. They were going to fight, but it actually hadn't shown itself. Snowy was very angry. Oxy lowered its head slightly. It knew the dragon was in trouble now. Snowy was about to go over herself when Arya suddenly spoke coldly. "Snowy, calm down. Since that worm is so lazy, it's a waste to keep it alive. They'll go eat it and save our spirit energy from being wasted." She licked her lips once, she finished speaking and vanished into the distance. On the ascension platform, Snowy blinked and felt that something was off. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.